Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Ms. Allard.
Ms. Allard will be a little bit late today.
Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Ms. LaFrance.
Here.
Mr. Dunbar.
Here.
Mr. Rivera.
Present.
Mr. Weddleton.
Here.
Mr. Constant.
Here.
Ms. Kennedy.
Here.
Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Here, thank you.
Ms. Zolotel.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next, we have the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Peterson, if you could please lead us in the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next, we have the land acknowledgement. Mr. Weddleton.
A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you. Next, we have minutes of previous meetings. There are none. Next, we have the Mayor's report. Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, everyone. Our team continues to focus on deploying vaccine as quickly as possible to set ourselves up for a summer that brings back tourists and helps our businesses recover. Around 30% of Anchorage residents have received at least one dose, and approximately 20 have completed the vaccine series. 20%, that is. That's great progress, but not enough to get us out of this pandemic, which is why this month cases have been slowly rising and hospitalizations are holding steady. Vaccines are our ticket out of this pandemic and back to normal. The vaccines are safe, effective, and they save lives. They are all 100% effective at preventing COVID-19 fatalities and hospitalizations, and extremely effective at preventing illness altogether. CDC guidance says that vaccinated people can safely gather together, and they do not need to quarantine if they come into contact with someone with COVID unless they develop symptoms. Getting vaccinated is the most important thing each of us can do to protect ourselves and others, to end the pandemic, and to give our economy the boost it needs. There are appointments readily available. Please get vaccinated if you haven't already, and please encourage your friends and families to do the same. Today, we updated the mask mandate to reflect the benefits of getting vaccinated. The biggest change is that at the workplace, fully vaccinated individuals no longer need to wear a mask when separated from the public and unvaccinated individuals. We also loosened the requirements for outdoor activities. Masks are only required outside when at a gathering in public. It will take some time to get vaccination levels to where they need to be. In the meantime, a new and large influx of federal funding is coming to Anchorage to support businesses and individuals while we work toward recovery. The American Rescue Plan will provide millions of dollars to Anchorage families and businesses. In addition to expanding existing programs, it provides dedicated funding to hospitality businesses and for child care providers, which, as we know, are absolutely essential to enabling their parents to get back to work. The rescue plan will also provide more rental assistance as well as mortgage assistance. Many Anchorage residents have already received their stimulus checks. For those who can choose where to spend that money, spending locally is best. Local spending directly boosts our economy here in Anchorage. The bill expands critical services like SNAP that keep people fed, and it will reduce the cost of health care for many individuals using the individual market. I'm maybe the most excited about the expansion of the child tax credit, which means low-income families who haven't had access to the credit will now get this critical support. This measure alone is expected to halve the number of children living below the poverty line. Last week, we announced 2 new programs that are launching in Anchorage that will accelerate our economic recovery. G-Beta is a new startup accelerator that will help new businesses in Anchorage get off the ground and grow our economy. New businesses account for the majority of job creation, so we are thrilled to bring this nationally acclaimed program here to Anchorage. The other program is called Generator Upskilling, which will provide online skill training to prepare local residents for in-demand jobs. We hear from business leaders that even during this economic downturn, businesses are looking for qualified applicants for job openings right now. Our focus, like yours, is on driving Anchorage's economic recovery and positioning the city for long-term economic growth. Thank you to the Assembly for the work you're doing to deploy new federal funding in an effective and efficient way, and for bringing the public into that process. We look forward to continuing to work with you to provide this needed relief for our community. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Next, we have the Assembly Chair's report. Just before I get into that, I want to note for the record, we were joined by Ms. Allard at 5:05 p.m. Welcome, everyone, whether you're joining us in person on GCI Channel 9 or online. For folks joining us in person, thank you for following our COVID-19 protocols, especially masking and physical distancing. I also want to thank everyone joining us in person for following our rules of decorum, which are posted around the Assembly chambers. If you'd like any help during the meeting, please reach out to our aide in the back of the chambers. Last week, a press release was sent out, which can be found at the Assembly.
Liberty, that's enough.
Let's make sure if you are not speaking to please make sure you are muted. Thank you. Last week, a press release was sent out, which can be found at the Assembly's website. Just go to muni.org and click on Assembly. That outlines the thorough public process we have already started to choose the allocation of the COVID-19 relief funds heading our way thanks to the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. The Assembly had a great kickoff of this process last Friday. I want to encourage everyone to watch the recording of that meeting, which can be found on the Assembly's website. Currently, we have a special meeting on the books for this Thursday to introduce a resolution and set it for a public hearing at a future date. This resolution will do 2 things. 1, accept the dollars from Treasury, and 2, allocate a certain amount of dollars so money can start getting out into the community as quickly as possible. Currently, we are waiting for the U.S. Treasury to get some specific information to the municipality so we can move forward with the planned meeting on Thursday. As soon as we have more information, I will be sure to share that with the public. Last, after discussion with the Executive Director of the AERC, I'd like to direct the clerk to change the public hearing of AO 2021-30 to the regular Assembly meeting of May 25th. That's it for my report. We're going to go ahead and move on to committee and liaison reports. I'll go ahead and start on this side with Ms. Allard.
I don't have anything. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Ethics and Election Committee meets tomorrow at noon. This will be a virtual meeting. We will be discussing SB 39 and we'll also be getting an update on the mayoral election. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Budget and Finance Committee, the whole, met last week, and as noted by the administration, we're in a transition period when it comes to working through the book close processes from last year. It's also too soon to know any results for this year, but we'll have more information next month, definitely before the Q1 budget revisions. And I also just wanted to note in that meeting that we went over the schedule, or actually, thank you, Mr. Rivera, Mr. Chair, for going over the schedule of the public process for appropriations for the next round of federal relief funds. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
Thank you. The Community and Economic Development Committee continues to work on changes to the marijuana code. I made a huge amount of headway, and I think after one more meeting, we should be able to have something worked out at AO to start heading this way. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Public Safety Committee meeting will be on Wednesday, April the 7th, and Mr. Perez-Verdia and I will be working on the agenda for that tomorrow. So that should be coming out shortly after tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No report this evening.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
I also have nothing to report.
Thank you. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Committee on Housing and Homelessness met last Wednesday. We discussed the viability of ADUs as part of the housing solution in Anchorage. We also talked about and reviewed a resolution that we'll be discussing today around transition planning for mass care or mass shelter. Next Wednesday on April 7th, 2 Wednesdays from now on April 7th, the Health Policy Committee will meet and it will be a Teams live event, so it will be partially here in the chamber and partially broadcast through Teams. And we will be discussing, again, COVID-19 transition plan as it relates to the vaccine, testing, and mass care, as all of those fall under the Health Department. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No update tonight. My fellow chairs have already made my report for me. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on. Before we get to the addendum to the agenda, we're going to do our laid on the table items. So we have a few laid on the table items. Most of them are supplemental, so we don't need to take a vote, but I will go ahead and just read those. So first is an Assembly memorandum attached to item 10B1, and it is AM 192-2021 by Assemblymember Allard, and the subject is a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly regarding the mayor's proclamation of emergency and the mayor's and acting mayor's orders and regulations issued thereunder. Second is a AM Assembly memorandum tied to item 10G6, and it is AM 191-2021 from Assembly Acting Vice Chair Weddleton and Assembly Members LaFrance and Zalatel. The subject is an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 7.20 and .090 to allow temporary suspension of procurement rules in order to timely expend federal and state funds, including emergency and disaster relief funds. Third supplemental item is an Assembly memorandum attached to item 14C, AM 193-2021 from Assembly Vice Chair Weddleton and Assembly Member LaFrance. Subject is regarding AO 2021-25, an ordinance of the municipality of Anchorage amending the Hillside District Plan. Last is a laid on the table resolution a laid on the table resolution, AR number 2021-74, by Assemblymember Constant, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly commemorating the resilient spirit of the of the people of, I'm not going to try to mispronounce it, I'll just say R, on the 10th anniversary of the Great East Japan earthquake and tsunami. Is there a motion to lay this on the table?
I so move.
Second.
Thank you, if I might, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
So we did take this up at the last meeting, and after the fact, the translator who is translating this into Japanese, raised a couple of concerns and asked that it be amended in the manner below. And so I would ask the support of the membership to get this on the table, get it, amend the item previously approved, and so that I can get the final package sent off to Japan with the corrected information. Thank you.
Thank you. So we had a motion and a second to lay this on the table. Is there any further discussion on the motion to lay this on the table? If this does get laid on the table, the item will be 10A3. That will be the item number. Okay, seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the motion to lay this on the table. Well, that's getting lined up. I forgot to include this in my Assembly Chair's report, but I want to thank the administration for allowing us to use some of their space as more members come in person, allowing us to continue to physically distance ourselves. So thanks to the administration. I'm wondering. Great.
We'll do a voice vote on this item. Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. LaPrance?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that item has been laid on the table. As a reminder, the designation for that item is 10A3. All right, so that completes our laid on the table items. So we'll move on to the addendum to the agenda. Mr. Vice Chair?
Move to incorporate the addendum to the agenda and the laid on the table items.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Is there any opposition to the motion? Okay, seeing none, those items are incorporated. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on to appearance requests and initial audience participation. I believe we do have one appearance request from Anchorage Skates. Great, come on up. I'll go ahead and set your timer. Oh, if you can you press the yellow button, please? Bingo, thanks.
My name is Tim Potter, for the record. Anchorage Skates, kind of an outlaw group of folks that was started by Jim Rankert. And we've got Chuck Gilbert here with the Speed Skating Club, and we are here to present both pins, and we'll give those to the clerk. You usually get pins from me every year, so you can be ongoing good citizens knowing and using our facilities, as well as every year Anchorage Skates attempts to deliver a donation check of $10,000 to help defray the costs that the city has with the contract to maintain the ice at the skating oval in Midtown Park. Josh Rand, your head of Parks and Rec, has been doing a great job. The contractor, Edwin Blair with Albine Services, equally doing a grand operation, keeping the ice in great shape. It was very important this year because we saw an uptick because of the COVID virus with people seeking places that were safe to go outside, get some exercise, take their kids, and not be in danger. So we actually saw an uptick of use during the day at the Oval, which we're excited about and resulted in at least one offspring of Assemblymember Zolotel being a long track speed skater now, which we appreciate. It's very important that we track what's going on at the skating oval, because originally we knew that what was going to be important was that long term that there would be a heating facility, that would be a warming hut or something, so that people that were using the facility, especially with young kids with snow gear on, by the time you get them undressed to go to the bathroom and come back out, if there's no facilities there especially, that's usually when the family begs it and goes home. So to further that, the sense of community security and that, Anchorage Skates and the Speed Skating Club have been working for several years for a warming chalet located at the facility. We've been working with Parks and Rec staff. We have a design, we have a cost estimate, and we have now kicked off a fund driving effort to try and get the funding for that facility. So we'll continue to keep you advised, and please come out and enjoy the ice.
Great, thank you. So usually Mr. Slivka would be very eager to collect your check. I will go ahead and collect it and give it to the clerk, who will make sure it gets to Mr. Slivka.
The chair gave me permission. I was in the queue. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to disclose that my daughter is a member of speed skating this year, and just really, we had a really wonderful experience with speed skating, that the ice was always stellar for practice. And unfortunately, I never got to really go watch her speed skate because we're meeting here at the same time as those practices. But thank you so much. It was really great. And and just for folks in Midtown, it's been a treasure this year to have that ice. And it's so convenient. You just go park, pop your skates on, and away you go. So I know I've enjoyed it a lot this winter. So thanks for all you guys are doing.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Potter, I just wanted to say personally, it is a pleasure to see you again tonight. Been a while.
Well, I don't advise anybody to have a stroke. One day you're one way, and the next day the game has changed. I've been working hard.
You hit that button again, Tim.
And retraining myself so that for the last 3 months, I've gotten some very good help at 3 different facilities in town. And I decided that I was not going to let this stroke dictate my future. And I was determined to come back to work. I've been watching you guys on TV. Not that it's the best conditions for meetings that I've witnessed in 40 years of doing this, but I will be back. And I'm not done causing trouble yet, in a nice kind of way.
It's
so
a pleasure
I'm up
to
for
see
the challenges if you guys are.
Pleasure to see you, Tim.
Thank you. Thank you so much to Anchorage Skates. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on to the rest of our initial audience participation. So for this initial audience participation, I'd like to prioritize time for members of the public who would like to speak on a consent agenda item, those who cannot stay until the second audience participation at the end of the meeting, and those who would have difficulty staying for a public hearing item already on the agenda due to child care or travel issues before we open it up to the broader public. As a reminder, if you choose to speak now on a public hearing item already on the agenda, you may not speak again when we open the public hearing on the item. Also, if you choose to speak now, you cannot speak again during the final audience participation. For audience participation, please direct your comments to the Assembly or the Chair. You will have 3 minutes to speak, and personal attacks are not appropriate. In addition, audience members are asked to avoid clapping or other disruptions during audience participation. Last, during audience participation, Assembly members generally do not answer questions or respond to comments. We may talk to you offline during a break or after the meeting to address any questions you have. I will, as chair, work to maintain decorum at this meeting and ask for your assistance. With that, we'll go ahead and get started. We don't have anyone on the phone list. Welcome. Yep, come on up, sir. Thank you.
My name's Charles McKee. I'm the beneficiary of the McKee Trust, and what I handed to you to look at, the front page at the very bottom indicates that you, the city, and the Alaska District Court System, and the Alaska Bar Association are involved and have been involved in filtering the money out of the accounts of those people that have been incarcerated, whether they had been in trial or not. And consequently, everybody that's not incarcerated, their account has been accessed by either the federal congressional members through the Social Security Division, or the states, which then the money gets passed on to, which we're presently being witnessed. So then to the cities. So this is really not money. It's just a beneficiary check. It's a credit on account. And I point out the fact that this problem that I've been enduring, it all started beforehand, before coronavirus. So I was arrested because of your cops' citations and put me into court. Then I go to before Judge Nesbitt with a notice of cure and remedy. I pre-filed $80 million damages, and I didn't understand why he passed that on, palmed it off, which is a felony in itself. But maybe it was because his name was in all block letters on the building itself, downtown, his grandfather. So the second page that I handed you is Charles S. McKee. I had licensed my name back from the state of Alaska, the ownership. That's why I did that. 2 business license names. So I leased it back to the beneficiary, which is small lettering, the real man, the living man. So when I went to the court to express my dismay and wanted remedy immediately, he passed it off. Maybe he was concerned about his own credibility because he's a dead person, because you're standing in a dead zone.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name is James Wojciechowski, W-O-J-C-I-E-H-O-W-S-K-I. I'm licensed to practice medicine in Alaska as a physician assistant. I live in District 5, represented by Peterson and Dunbar. We'll start with a quote. Quote, "You never want a serious crisis to go to waste." And what I mean by that is an opportunity to do things that you think you could not do before. End quote. Congressman Rahm Emanuel, 2008. Keep that actual quote in your minds for a moment. We'll return to it. This is for the Assembly. Updated stats. The Muni with mandates, 55,000 deaths per 100,000, 9,345 cases per 100,000. The Matsu without mandates, 33 deaths per 100,000, 8,676 cases per 100,000. Janet Johnston wrote a scholarly piece of work outlining that we cannot use the Matsu as a control study in comparison to the Muni, yet ironically has been pointing to increased case counts in the Valley recently. Sorry, can't have it both ways. The rest of this presentation is for the people of the municipality. I've been sending emails to the entire Assembly and Mayor's office for about 6 months, always giving links to medical journal articles and CDC releases concerning the seriousness of the unintended consequences of the shutdowns and mandates. I've always highlighted the fact that areas under draconian shutdown have not fared any better statistically than areas operating under recommendations only. The comparison between the Muni and the Valley is a good example. Only 2 members of this Assembly have consistently shown an understanding of the need to rescind the Muni's emergency proclamation, and both are from Eagle River. In a recent email, I received a reply from an Assembly member, and I quote, "Benefits of an EP are to streamline purchasing and help reassign MOA staff. It is also important to have an emergency declared for FEMA funding," end quote. So as of today, is the emergency about COVID, or is it more about Rahm Emanuel's quote? Think of this when you're filling out your ballots for the upcoming mayoral election. 2 members of this Assembly may well be on that ballot, one for mayor and one for a recall. And I'll leave you with one last quote. This is from Lord Acton. Quote, "Power tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Vote, Anchorage." Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
For the record, my name is Louis Imbriani. For the past, 6 weeks ago, it was asked, what's the end goal? We didn't really get a good solid answer. We got kind of this, kind of that, this is what we're looking at, and this is how we're going to follow it. For the past 12 weeks, we've been asking the same question to 2 doctors, the doctors for the health department, one of which is retired and still advises. So what happens to doctors, or what happens if you go and see a doctor and you don't agree with what they have to say? You get a second opinion. It's not an insult to that other doctor. It's not a dig at them saying that they can't do their job. It's about gaining enough information to make an informed decision about what you want to do with your body in taking care of your health. So I looked at the CDC recommendations, trying to figure out where this 10 per 100,000 metric came in. I was informed by another testifier in a previous Assembly meeting that it was devised by the Brown School of Public Health. If we look at their website and go into what they have to say, we're in the orange level, which is level 3 out of 4. The lowest level is 1 case or less. Not a very good metric. CDC Travel Health Notice would put Anchorage in a level 2 out of 4, with 5 or less being the lowest. CDC risk indicators for in-person school would be level 3 out of 5, the lowest level being 5 or less. And the CDC integrated overview would put us at level 2 of a moderate out of 4 levels, which is with the lowest being 0 to 10 cases on a 7-day average. The CDC also states in their implementation of mitigation strategies for communities with local COVID-19 transmission is that there is an emphasis that it should be emphasizing individual responsibility for implementing recommended personal level actions, not implementing EOs, not ruling people, not telling them where they can go, who they can have in their business because of what they're wearing. Emphasizing individual responsibility. It's already shown that with this laid on the table item for 10G6 that the Muni already understands that the emergency is coming to an end and we need to figure out what we're going to do with funding. I thought to myself, well, what would that look like without an emergency order? Well, here you have it. Change the rules to fit the need of how you want to allocate funds. I strongly urge you to vote against 10G6 and to vote for 10B1 and its amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dustin Sherman for the record. So I've always said every time I come here, whenever you guys do something right, I will praise you. And I have some things that'll go either way here. The first thing, I do want to praise you guys for changing the language in EO 13 to allow the sports teams to be able to go down and travel and giving them options whenever they get home. So Ms. Salatel reached out to me and told me that the language had been changed. Thank you for doing that. Now on the other side of things, this weekend I had state tournament, a bowling tournament in my center, something that happens once a year. We didn't get to have it last year because of COVID hit and we had to cancel. This year we expected a lower turnout and that's kind of what we had, but unexpectedly we had a COVID enforcement officer pop into my building. Nothing to give us a ticket, but just to see if we were complying. I'll tell you right now, 6 months worth of signatures, 6 months worth of cleaning, 6 months worth of all kinds of other crap that you can't even imagine. You can't prove that anybody in here has ever had COVID. Not one person in here that's on this signature list has ever contracted anything. So why would I have a COVID enforcement officer come into my building threatening us? Sorry, but that's unacceptable. All I'm asking is you guys to prove that we've had someone get sick. That's it. Yeah, I've had COVID, but guess what? It happened while we weren't even open. That's it. So all I'm asking is to think things through before we start getting people going at each other, okay? Before we start having discrimination things happen in stores, which were already happening. So that's all I've got. Just don't target businesses that are complying and doing the things the right way. We are cleaning our butts off in that building. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Do I hit the yellow button?
It's already on, but if you want to go ahead and lower the mic, that'd be great. Thank you.
You know what the Constitution says? It says that we don't need to wear a mask because it's against the law, the First Amendment right, and it's not healthy for us.
Could you give us a name, please,
Huh?
for the record? Could you give us your name for the record,
my name
please?
is Brian Stashik. The Constitution says that we don't need to wear a mask. It's against our rights to, and it's not in the law. Or it's just a make-up law to wear the mask, and the masks don't even help, and they don't protect enough from the virus. And if people are healthy, we don't even need to wear the mask. It's just a stupid idea about the mask. Only sick people need to wear it or they could just stay home, but the masks are worthless. They give me sore throats a lot of times when I wear the mask because I breathe carbon monoxide, and the U.S. Constitution states we don't need to wear them, and it's against the law to force ridiculous mask mandates, which are not written, and the masks aren't healthy for anybody. It causes a lot of problems and causes a lot of strep throats too, and other health issues. And it's not right. We should just end this stupid emergency lockdown so kids can go out and play and stop living in fear all the time and go back to normal. And it's just ridiculous because kids around the world are committing murder or suicide, and it's just stupid. And we should just end this worthless lockdown at all. And that's what I have to say.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? All right, you'll still have an opportunity during final audience participation if you'd like to speak then. All right, so we're going to go ahead and move on to our consent agenda. So consent agenda items numbered 10A through 10F are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information and reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pooled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of those items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing on a future date. With that, I'll go ahead and go around the dais, see what folks have to pool. I'll start on this side with Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I would like to pull item 10A2.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel?
No items, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
10A3.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No items this evening.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
No items, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Sorry, 10 Bravo 2.
10B2. Thank you. Ms. LaFrance?
No items. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No items this evening.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
No, Chair, thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, I need to pull 10A1.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so the items I have are 10A1, 2, and 3, and 10B2, 10 Bravo 2. Are there any other items? Okay, seeing none, Mr. Weddleton? Mr. Vice Chair?
Move to approve the consent agendas that were not, items that were not pulled from the agenda.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the motion? Is there any opposition to the motion? Yep, actually, we're not going to do a vote. All right, if there's no opposition, then that motion is approved. So for the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 10A through 10F, other than the items that were just pooled, which we will take up next, or that have been introduced for a future public hearing, which are all the items in 10G. So if you're here to see action on an item listed on the consent agenda that was not pooled, those items have been passed or accepted. So we'll go ahead and start with item 10A1, resolution number AR 2021-82, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly designating March 27th, 2021 as Good Friday Earthquake Remembrance Day. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Excuse me, is there any opposition? Seeing none, that item is approved. Who's reading, who's presenting?
I'm reading.
I'm presenting.
Great. And who's here to accept? Are you, sir? All right, coming up.
Okay. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly designating March 27th, 2021 as Good Friday Earthquake Remembrance Day. Whereas on 5:36 p.m. on March 27th, 1964, for 4 minutes and 38 seconds, the most powerful earthquake recorded in North America, the second largest ever recorded, a magnitude 9.2, hit Prince William Sound. And whereas 600 miles of fault ruptured, soil liquefaction, fissures, landslides, and other ground failures, along with subsequent tsunamis, caused significant damage to structure and property for about 50,193 square miles. Whereas the event, which became known as the Good Friday earthquake, cost 131 lives, and at the time an estimated $300 to $400 million in property and structural damage. Whereas thousands of Alaskans from all walks of life became first responders, including firefighters, police officers, Alaska State Troopers, members of the United States Army Corps of Engineers, the Army National Guard, the Alaska Air National Guard, medics, doctors, nurses, municipal workers, ham radio operators, and many others who selflessly served the state and their fellow Alaskans during this time of great need. And whereas Alaskans immediately began the process of rebuilding their devastated communities and their lives through resiliency, determination, and selflessness. And whereas, although the Good Friday earthquake was tragic because of the loss of life and property, it provided a wealth of data about subduction zone earthquakes and the hazards they pose. Whereas memorials have been set up all over Alaska to remind Alaskans about their past so that they are better prepared for any future emergency. And in Anchorage, part of the Turnagain Heights slide was turned into a memorial called Earthquake Park. Be it resolved that the municipality of Anchorage remembers, recognizes, and honors the hard work and the exemplary sacrifice of the thousands of military members, including the National Guard, first responders, and Alaskans from all walks of life who came to the aid of their fellow Alaskans in the aftermath of the Good Friday earthquake, and all those who were impacted. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly designates March 27th, 2021 as Good Friday Earthquake Remembrance Day, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 23rd day of March, 2021.
Welcome. No, it's not. The yellow button. Bingo.
Okay. Good evening to everyone. My name is Mark Valenti. I'm here this evening on behalf of my father, Charles Valenti. My father lives in Olympia, Washington, but due to health issues was unable to make the journey at this time. This marks the 6th year of the resolution. In support of this legislation, I would like to express my honor and gratitude to this year's sponsor, the Assembly, the City Clerk, Barbara Jones, who helped in the creation of the original legislation, Mandy Honest, who drafted this year's resolution, and to the many others who have worked behind the scenes, and my wife Helen, who has stood by me throughout this journey. I know some of you are familiar with the origins of this legislation, no Barbara, and some of you may not be. So I'd like to give a brief history of my father, Charles Valenti, and how the Good Friday Earthquake Remembrance Day legislation came to be. My father at the time of the 9.2 magnitude earthquake of 1964 was a member at the Coulis Air National Guard Base here in Anchorage. He was deeply involved in the recovery and relief efforts in the many days, weeks, and even months following that most devastating earthquake. During one of those missions, he lost his flight crew and the state's adjutant general when their aircraft went down in the Bay of Valdez. They all paid the ultimate sacrifice while flying a humanitarian relief mission in the days following the earthquake. To my father, these men were like brothers to him. He moved out of Alaska approximately a year after the 1964 earthquake. I know there's a big place in his heart that still resides right here in Anchorage. He has often told me if he could go back to that time, he would have never left Alaska. This year on January 3rd, my father celebrated his 81st birthday. Ironically, he shares his January 3rd birthday with the same day Alaska gained statehood. My father was so deeply moved by that day and the events that occurred in the weeks and months that followed, he decided to seek legislation. So in 2014, he made contact with the then mayor, Dan Sullivan. At that time, the mayor said he was on board with the idea. So he met with the Assembly Chair, Dick Traney, to go over the thought of creating legislation. As a result, the mayor, the chair, and the rest of the Assembly were unanimously in favor of creating legislation, so they went about to do so. Since 2015, March 27th has been designated and will always be a day of remembrance and memorial for those of that day. never to forget those who perished, those who paid the ultimate sacrifice in service to the citizens of Alaska, the thousands of first responders, all the affected families, and for the people who came together to rebuild the city of Anchorage in which we live and enjoy today. For me, I was not here for the 9.2 earthquake of 1964, but I did get a little taste of it for being here for the 7.1 we had in November of 2018. I can't even imagine what my father and the people of that day went through for over 4.5 minutes. As long as I'm here and able in Alaska, I told my father in his honor I would be here at the March Assembly meeting to accept this annual Good Friday Earthquake Remembrance Day resolution. In closing, I would like to say what a great honor it is for me to accept this resolution. My father, who is watching the live feed at home in Olympia, would like for me to offer his deepest gratitude to all of you who were involved in the creation of this year's resolution while always remembering those of the past. Also, I'd like to say to my father, I love you, Dad, and thank you all for listening to me tonight. Thank you.
And thanks to your father. Next, we have item 10A2.
Move to approve.
Hold on. Resolution number AR 2021-89, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing the Anchorage Police Department for 100 years of service. Mr. Presverdia, you pulled this item?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to move to postpone to the date of August 10th, please.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor to postpone acceptance or approval to the meeting of August 10th. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Do you want to speak to that motion, Mr. Presverdia?
Yes, please. Thank you. Well, first I'd like to thank Member Constant for bringing this forward. I think it's a really important resolution. The intent of it is certainly to recognize the history of the Anchorage Police Department and policing in Anchorage in general, and to honor the Anchorage Police Department. I just feel like we need to do a little bit more work on it. I think there's some additional work that can really make this a really strong resolution, and I'd like a little bit more time to do that. I also understand that the Anchorage Police Department would like to come forward and be involved in a celebration around this, and so I'd like to have a couple more months to work on this and bring it forward in the right way. So that's the reason I'd like to pull it, and I'm willing to work with Mr. Constant on doing just that.
Great, thank you. All right, not seeing any further discussion, is there any opposition to the motion? Okay, seeing none, that motion is approved. So that'll be back before us in August. Next, we have item 10A3.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would make a motion to amend an item previously adopted by the body.
Before you do that, let me just read the title. My apologies. Organizing my paper. So this is AR number 2021-74, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly commemorating the resilient spirit of the people of R on the 10th anniversary of the Great East Japan earthquake and tsunami. I will learn that name someday. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So now I would make a motion to amend an item previously adopted with floor amendment 1.
Second.
Thank
Moved
you.
and seconded. Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Yes, so as previously discussed, there are just a couple of technical changes that need to be made before the finalized item is put into a permanent demonstration piece for the walls in Rikuzen Takata. And so the translator asked that we make some slight amendments. The amendments are there as proposed. They're pretty slight, but they were substantive enough that we couldn't just ask the clerk to make the change. So I would ask for a yes vote. And just from a parliamentary note, this is a rare motion to take up an item previously adopted. It's spoken, the procedure is spoken in the code and also in Robert's rules. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, is there any opposition?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Kennedy.
Mr. Chair? Thank you. So I have not received that amendment, so I don't know if that was something that was emailed out or just given to members there, but if I could have a minute to see what the changes were, that'd be helpful. I don't know that I necessarily oppose the amendment, but like I said, I have nothing before me that tells me what it actually is. Thank you.
Thank you. So I was just notified that the amendment has not been emailed out, so it should be going out soon. What I will do, if there's agreement among the body, I'll just go to our next item and then we'll come back to the amendment on this item. Okay, so then we'll move on to the next one and come back to this one. So next we have item 10B2, AR number 2021-92, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly requesting a transition plan with regard to mass congregate and non-congregate shelter. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton, you pulled this item?
Yeah, I did, and I'd just like to move Weddleton Amendment number 1.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Go ahead, Mr. Weddleton.
Okay, and this just adds a few words for clarity. So on the whereas, the third whereas, it would read, whereas through the COVID-19 public health emergency, the mass shelter system currently funded by FEMA has consistently been at or near capacity, ... And it just adds those words, system currently funded by FEMA.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Okay, seeing none, is there any, actually, we'll go ahead and vote on it. Members may proceed to vote on Weddleton Amendment number 1.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yeah.
He got it, never mind.
Thanks. That amendment is approved 10-0. We're now in the main motion. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed. Oh. Go ahead, Ms. Alatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize for my tardiness in getting the buttons pushed. I just want to make sure everyone is clear that this is to get us this is the plan to get us a plan. So I think that's a really important piece to this, so that we have less than, right at 6 months till, these facilities would, under the current plan from FEMA, become our funding issue, and that's significant. It's also time, excuse me, to look at transitions, as you've seen through other items. This one is no different, and it is maybe one of the larger transitions we need to make coming out of COVID. So I urge your support that we get the plan, that we as this body stay involved and stay updated, and that we can support efforts that don't make a lot of stops along the way, that really get people from shelter into somewhere permanent. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't oppose this resolution, but I am puzzled by it because I have been under the assumption for a while that there would always be a plan to transition out of the Sullivan Arena. And so anyway, I guess if the makers of this resolution, the sponsors of it, could kind of speak to why they think that's not already happening. So what's kind of missing in this process of figuring out how to get us out of the current mass shelter situation? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure. Thank you for the question, Ms. Kennedy. We need to see the full plan. Like, what are the steps going to be? I have no doubts that planning is happening, but, and I don't expect that the plan that we receive will be static, but it needs to be something that this body can see and be engaged with. I think right now at this point in time, as you know, we're going through COVID transition. This transition will go through an election and a change in the administration. And quite frankly, our current or our previous point person in the administration is no longer there for us, you know, that would kind of track down everything for us. So this just gives us some really great insight and the opportunity to be engaged, tracking what's happening. And as we know, our constituents are generally very concerned about issues related to homelessness, and this will give us the opportunity to be able to tell them that what's happening and come along with us as we move through this transition.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. That helps. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Yes, thanks. And on a separate note, but related, we had a very good announcement in the news this week that a group of investors has come together to create a new Anchorage hockey team, the Anchorage Wolverines. And they need that facility in October. That facility needs to be demobilized so that they have access and we have a positive force in the community for kids to see a future in the hockey world. And so I just want everyone to know that there is an end where there's another use that needs to be in place, and we have to be working toward that with 400 plus individuals' lives. And so that's a very high mark for us to achieve, but we're going to do it because we're going to see Anchorage's professional hockey world come back, or semi-pro. And so I'm really grateful to the investors who did that, and I'm glad that my neighborhood can host them, and I need your help to get there. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the main motion.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdilla?
Yes.
That item is approved 10-0. We're going to go ahead and go back to item 10A3. So we had the amendment before us. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Okay, seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdilla?
Yes.
That amendment is approved 10-0. We're now on the main motion. Is there any further discussion on the main motion? Oh, never mind. So this is one of those weird ones. So that was the main motion. Great, thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, that completes our consent agenda. So we will go ahead and all right, we're going to go ahead and take a 20-minute break, and when we come back, we will be on item 11A. All right, thank you. So we now have before us item 11A, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 155-2021, Plating Board Appointments. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Mr. Weddleton, go ahead.
No, thanks. Just a general thing, I think this is fine, but for anyone out there and for fellow assembly members, you know, if you just Google Anchorage boards and commissions, they actually have a newly laid out page that shows all the boards and commissions, and we have dozens of them. And it shows the name of the people in those seats, and it shows vacant seats and expired seats. And it is really unfortunate how many vacant and expired seats there are. These are really important positions. They're a great way for people to take their skills and learn how and help the city. You learn a ton being on those commissions, so it goes both ways. You help and you get helped. But if anyone has any desire to just participate in the city, this kind of thing, any of these boards and commissions is a great way to do it. And there are plenty of empty seats, unfortunately. Thanks.
Thank you. Great reminder. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the main motion.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia? Mr. Perez-Verdia?
That item is approved 9-0. Next, we have item 11B, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 156-2021, Anchorage Community Development Authority Board of Directors Appointments. Mr. Vice Chair?
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
Moved and seconded. We are making this motion because we have another item that was introduced. I believe it is item 10G.
7.
Thank you, 10G7, that has a replacement for this item. Is there any discussion on this motion? Is there any opposition to the motion to postpone it indefinitely? Okay, seeing and hearing none, this item is postponed indefinitely. Next, we have item 11C, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 157-2021, Urban Design Commission Appointment. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia? Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Okay, seeing and hearing none, this item is postponed indefinitely. Next, we have item 11. That item is approved 10-0. Before we get to the next item, for testimony on public hearing items, please direct your comments to the assembly or the chair. Please give your name at the start of your testimony. You will have 3 minutes to testify. Your comments must remain on the topic of the matter before us, and personal attacks are not appropriate. I may interrupt you if you do not follow these rules for testimony. In addition, audience members are asked to avoid clapping or other disruptions during public testimony. Last, questions asked in your testimony may be addressed during deliberation. I will, as chair, work to maintain decorum at this meeting and ask for your assistance. With that, we now have before us item 13A, ordinance number AO 2021-23S, an ordinance determining and approving the total amount of the annual operating budget of the Anchorage School District for its fiscal year 2021 and 2022, and determining and appropriating the portion of the assembly approved budget. Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Welcome.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I'm an Alaska resident for over 43 years, and I'm addressing you on this. This is a continued public hearing, but because the version of the S version was introduced at the last meeting, that's why the public's allowed to continue testifying, and the chair had decided earlier prior to me coming up. So one thing to note for the record, my concern, as I said last time, normally that we're dealing with a school budget, you would hear from a great number of people testifying before you. But there was a substantial lack of attendance, both telephonic and present at the last meeting on this thing. And it doesn't look like there's going to be much change to your hearing testimony tonight, and that concerns me greatly. Because the school budget is a significant part of the operation of the municipality of Anchorage, and to have so little comment from the public and you deciding on it. Now, one thing to note is that you got this item, respectively, in this version, but you got one following for another public hearing, 2120-29. They both address the debt service scenario. So what I would first say to you respectfully is, do not make a decision on this one until you had the public hearing on the next one coming right after this public hearing, so that you have, because they're tied together. Debt service ties together with the school budget, and you need to hear from both sides on that before you vote and decide where you want to go on it. Second thing is part of the operation dealing with the school district is salaries. And recently in the news, it was announced that there was a sizable, significant increase in salary increase with the superintendent. Of all times in the midst of COVID, and to remind you of my words I've addressed to you and the borough and so forth, this is not the time to increase salaries for government workers or benefits when businesses are going to be in business tomorrow, and the public who are employed are wondering if they're going to be employed tomorrow. So by seeing, in reference to the school district, the announcement of a sizable increase in the salary from the superintendent, it greatly disappoints me because this is quite disrespectful of the public out there that really don't see where this is going to really end. Even though the governor of our state has found it that it's not necessary for a declaration dealing with COVID now. And, but I won't go further on that because I want to focus on this. But that's all I have to say on this thing. And I would say, I would encourage you to continue public hearing on this.
Your time is up. Thank you. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Ms. Alato?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A few comments on this budget. First, I'd like to thank the school district for, as always, a thorough presentation and setting forward where funds are headed. I am concerned about the shortfall that was originally in the budget that continues to persist within the school district that is currently going to be filled by federal COVID relief funds. I'm glad they're there. And frankly, I echo Mr. Haberman's concerns about the superintendent's raise. When you're already facing a shortfall, a significant raise to your top executive who already makes more than any other public servant in the municipality, I believe is misguided. We need to close the gap because the gap ultimately will fall on the taxpayers, or we're going to have to make some very significant cuts. So this is my plea to the school board and the school district to find a path forward. I know you've been working on it, but don't become complacent just because we have the funds, from the government, federal government for this next year. But our options are limited. It's an up or down vote pretty much from us on this budget. So I'll be supporting it, but I did want to express my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Yeah, just to the point of the public testifier to postpone this item for another hearing, we can't do that. The clock runs out, and if we don't take action one way or the other, it just becomes the law.
Thank you. Mr. Whittleton.
Well, thanks. And I guess a little more following up on the speaker. There is a very robust process for developing this budget, and that's done at the school district side. And when it comes to us, we really can't impact it much. We can't change anything within this budget. We can just thumbs up or thumbs down. And if we give it the thumbs up, then the school district operates under that budget. If we give it the thumbs down, they can also operate under this budget. So we're basically here to review and say, yeah, we got it. So I think people don't testify here so much because there's really no way to have a real impact on it. But the school district does a really good process. Thanks.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the main motion.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
That item is approved 9-1. Next, we have item 14A, ordinance number AO 2021-29, an ordinance approving an amount to be made available from local sources for school bond debt reimbursement for bonds passed prior to 2015. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Welcome.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman, Alaska resident for over 43 years. This is in reference to the debt issue. Unfortunately, you had approved the budget item just happened. Then I pleaded with you to hold that off until you had heard on the debt issue. And I did notice, Assemblymember Kennedy, there's an amendment. And it's what I've been saying too. You're relying on a proposal with the governor and the legislature, a proposal. Nothing is final until they pass it and it's signed by the governor. So what's going before, whether dealing with school debt, with regarding the municipality of Anchorage, or the Matsu Borough and other communities around the state, is the issue is what is the proper response to the legislature and how they're going to participate in supporting and paying the debt, or is it going to be faced with municipality of Anchorage and elsewhere with a situation where it's going to have to come from somewhere else, like property taxes. That's what this is all about. Now, the financial picture in the state has not changed much better. And you need to look in the future and not just today or a month or a year from now, but face reality. And we failed miserably with billions of dollars in deficit in the state budget year after year. We've been using up our reserve funds, and now this thing is asking for the legislature to, hey, look. But again, how can you pass something without really knowing that the legislature and governor is going to sign off and say, okay, we're for it? And until that happens, you pass anything tonight, you're going to be facing with a situation of committing yourself to something with an unknown legislature and governor of what the reality is. Things change. And it's not going to be the same tomorrow, the day, or a year later. So I caution you to push anything without facing the reality check that I've been pleading for over the years with elected officials. Thank you very much. With all due respect, we have 41 seconds to spare.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved and seconded. We have an amendment from Assemblymember Kennedy. Is there a motion?
Move to approve. Amendment number 1, Kennedy. Thank you.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Kennedy, do you want to speak to it?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is just to straighten out the language a little bit, just in regard to the fact that, just like Mr. Haberman said, this is a proposed budget, and it's not just the governor's budget. It actually will go through an entire process through our 60 legislators. And I don't know that there was actually, an intent of any kind just to say that it was the governor's 100% reduction, but I just thought that we could make the language a little more palatable and mention that this is the state of Alaska's 2022 proposed budget and its 100% reduction. So that's what the amendment would do, would be to take out that word governor and instead insert the phrase state of Alaska's 2022 proposed budget and its 100% reduction. And, and just, again, the rationale behind that is because this is a process. We really don't know what the budget's going to end up being about. There's obviously going to be a lot more people than just the governor involved in the decisions that lead to what we finally come out with. So I just think this is a little more cordial language, if you will, and doesn't leave any like that there's some kind of intent to slam the governor. So I just thought that we could do something a little bit kinder. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Salatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I see we have some school district people here with us today, which I'm really thankful for. I thought the bond debt reimbursement request was for the FY 2021 bond debt that was vetoed by the governor. Is that correct?
Hi, I'm Jim Anderson. I'm the Chief Finance Officer, Andy Ratliff's Director of Office Management and Budget. That is correct. Assemblymember Zalatel. Last February, March, when we briefed the Assembly at the Joint Assembly Board meeting, we talked about whether we should go ahead and put it in the budget because the governor last year said he was going to reduce bond debt reimbursement. We made a conscious decision after quite a bit of discussion to not do that because it would be foretelling the state that Anchorage is good and has a solution to cut the bond debt, so it makes it easy on the legislature. So we fought it throughout the session. Ultimately, the governor did, and the legislature assisted in cutting the bond debt. And so we've already been paying it all year. And so we're doing the bond debt collection after the fact, and we did the same thing this year. We intentionally did not put in the budget, knowing that the governor wanted to reduce bond debt again for next fiscal year. We intentionally did not put that in this budget request, but we'll do that a year later because we don't know, and for those who spoke, it's true, we don't know what will happen this session, so we didn't want to request increased taxes for something that may not happen. So this request, or the verbiage on that, it is just a slight confusion. This is for fiscal year 21's budget that was approved last year, and we've already been paying that bond debt that we didn't receive the funds from the state. It is not a fiscal year 2022 budget.
Great, thank you so much. May I speak to the amendment? So given what we've learned from the school district, I don't think this amendment's factually correct. I think the original item is correct in that it was the fiscal year 2021. And so I appreciate what Ms. Kennedy was trying to do, but I think that that issue will come up, well, hopefully not, hopefully the legislature will step in, but a year from now. So I'd urge a no vote on the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Whittleton on the amendment?
Sure, I'd like to offer an amendment to the amendment. And I think it would be to not add the words State of Alaska's 2022 proposed budget and its, but retain the deletion of governors.
Second.
Okay, got it. Mr. Whittleton, do you want to speak to that?
Well, I think it meets Ms. Kennedy's goal of not picking on anybody, but it makes the point that there was a 100% reduction in state bond debt, and that's why we're discussing this.
Thank you. Ms. Allard, did you want to speak to the amendment to the amendment? So is it in relation to the amendment or to the main amendment? Okay, great. Then if you could put yourself back in the queue, please. Yeah, okay. She wasn't really talking. Okay. Thanks. Okay, so seeing no further discussion on the amendment to the amendment, members may proceed to vote.
Oh, just a second. You probably can't vote yet. Thank you. Okay. Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
That amendment to the amendment is approved, 6-4. So we are now on the amendment. Ms. Allard, do you want to speak to the amendment as amended now?
Mr. Anderson, can I ask you a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Kennedy was on the school board for 9 years, 3 terms. She kind of knows a lot about what's going on with it. Can you explain, or can you contribute of how you feel about Mrs. Kennedy's amendment?
I think she was just confused as to what year's budget it applied to. I have not talked to her, so I'm assuming it was a misunderstanding. I don't know.
The one that Ms. Solitel doesn't want us to support. Chair, can you put it back up on the screen? There we go.
Thanks. So I think, did you have anything further, Ms. Allard? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Anderson, you don't have an opinion?
Well, I didn't know how to, I don't know how to answer. I don't know why there was a misunderstanding as to whether people thought that it applied to this year's governor's proposed budget, and it could have just been a misunderstanding. People see everything on Facebook and social media. There's misunderstandings everywhere. But I wouldn't know where that particular misunderstanding was initiated.
Thank you. Mr. Constant on the amended amendment?
Yeah, thank you. I would move to amend in that language that's up there, the word reduction to veto.
Second.
Did you want to speak to it?
Speaks for itself.
Okay, thanks. Is there any, Ms. Kennedy, did you want to speak to this new amendment to the amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I'm going to oppose this again because we're trying to make the language here actually get to the point. I think if the idea was to disagree with the governor over why he did or didn't veto something, then maybe we need a different resolution to do that. But I think at this point, if we just leave it as it's been amended, that it actually serves the purpose of talking about the fact that there's been a 100% reduction or loss, if you will, in state bond debt reimbursement. And I think we ought to stick to that. So I'll oppose this second amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotil on the amendment to the amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. As I've stated on this issue over and over, we need to be clear about why this is before us and why this matters. It matters because the governor vetoed the school bond debt reimbursement that had been promised. It results in this body having to pass that cost to the taxpayers. I want to be extremely clear about that. It is those actions that will, if this passes, require us to increase taxes significantly, is why it was bifurcated. So I am absolutely 100% behind being crystal clear about what brought forward this need for action. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton on the amendment to the amendment?
Oh, thanks. I understand Ms. Zolotel's point there is that it's good to be clear on this, but we tell our audience here, no personal attacks, be polite, focus on the issue. And, I think by taking governors out, that follows our guidance to our viewers and other people, and I think it's effective. And then the veto is probably technically true, but again, it kind of gets to that inflammatory side, even though it is technically correct. This just says, look, we're not getting that reimbursement, therefore it lands on the taxpayers. And I think in this forum here, we don't need to do personal attacks and just kind of stick to what gets the job done.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, I just would object to the characterization that using the word veto is an attack.
Yeah, thank you. Seeing no further discussion on the amendment to the amendment, members may proceed to vote.
Got it? Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
No.
That amendment to the amendment is approved 7-3. So we now have the main amendment before us. Ms. Kennedy?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know that there's much else to say other than, again, the idea was to point out that we always are going to have to deal with debt bond reimbursement funding. We never know if any of the reimbursement funds will be there. And in fact, I hope the public remembers that every time they vote for a bond, whether there's some kind of matching fund somewhere or a promise of debt reimbursement, we will always have basically pledged the full faith and credit for that entire amount of that bond, whatever it is. So like I said, I did not want to try to take issue personally with the governor over this. The whole reason behind a lot of the fact that there was a veto was also you have to take into account the legislature was unable to come up with votes to override that veto. So I think there are plenty of players in this, and I don't think it was right to single out any one person in what happens with our state budget. But again, we have absolutely taken at least the governor's name out of this, or the term governor. Veto, I guess we could maybe amend it to say, or fail to override veto. Maybe we should do that so that we make sure that we include everyone in the process of coming up with a state budget. But anyway, I'll support where we're at this point, I think. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
That amendment is approved 7-3. Next, we have, we're now on the main motion. Is there any further discussion on the main motion? Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually want to ask the question of why this is necessary to begin with. Again, one of the things that we all know when we vote for a bond, we recognize that we are actually on the hook for the entire amount of the bond. So I'm kind of puzzled over exactly why we need to say that we're going to pay this amount separately from anything that's part and parcel to the school district budget when that's kind of a given. So maybe if we could get a little bit of an explanation of why we even need this ordinance to begin with. Thank you.
Okay, got it. I will let.
Thank you. Did anyone want to respond to that?
Mr. Chair, I can respond as to the initial reason for bifurcation again. So the initial reason for bifurcation was the school district's budget, when presented to us, included its operating dollars and then the $37 million for local property taxes to pay back school bond debt reimbursement that was tied to bonds prior to 2015. Perhaps those who are here with the school district can talk about why we've identified those bonds prior to 2015. But it was my understanding that there had been a promise that there would be state reimbursement for school bond debt up to a point, and that's why that 2015 date is relevant and important. But if I have that wrong, or if there's further information that the school district would like to provide to us, I would be happy to hear it, because I don't believe they spoke on it when we originally voted to bifurcate.
Thank you. Through the chair to Ms. Salatil. Prior to 2015, anything that voted had a 60 to, or the bonds passed by the voters had a 60 to 70% bond debt reimbursement on it. So it's all these old bonds that we've been paying off for, some of them are 19 years old now, but we have requested bond debt reimbursement on it. And since the state did not pay us that bond debt reimbursement through the course of this year, we've spent our cash reserves to pay down this debt. And this request is to allocate funds to the district to be able to pay us back through property tax collections for what the state did not pay. So I think, that was our rationale for putting it in this ordinance, to be able to collect that money back as the school district.
And to clarify, there is some confusion on bond debt. When the state first came up with the foundation formula, intentionally by design, they did not include construction and facilities as part of the foundation formula. The general fund was to operate education. They completely separated, and of the 54 districts in the state, there's about a little over 20 that have some form of minimal bond debt through ASD, or Anchorage, which has quite a bit of total bond debt. And then for all those districts that don't have a local tax base, there's a state capital grants fund that they create. So it always was intended to be separate. And so when we sell a bond, we're a subunit of the municipality, and we would want to get a lawyer to talk through the language that in the bond there is certainly the intent, at least prior to 2015 and prior, the intent to receive state bond debt reimbursement, but there was language in there knowing that the state could veto, they could refuse to pay it, but I'm not a lawyer, so I know that Ross and Lance could probably talk that piece of it better than I. And that's why we've never separated it before. It's one tax request with more than one component, but we don't get funding from the state to cover that.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that Ms. Kennedy raises a good point about the risk that funds won't be appropriated in any given year for something at the state level. However, I do believe strongly that the state needs to honor its obligations to local governments, and a veto is a strong statement, and it's not a statement of support. It undermines trust in our community, and it also, as Ms. Zelatil noted, gives us the bill for the portion that the state had promised to pay, and that is $115 per $100,000 of property value. And I agree it's important for people in the community to understand why this will be showing up on their tax bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Question for you gentlemen from the school district. So I keep hearing since 2015 or before 2015. Does that mean we're having this conversation for the next 14 years?
Negative. In 2015, we don't know, right? The state passed a bill in 2015 saying there was a 5-year moratorium on state bond debt reimbursement. This past legislative session, they passed another bill for a moratorium for another 5 years. The legislature certainly can do that again.
So let's just assume that we're going to be in a climate where Juneau is not going to fulfill their obligations.
It's possible, but I certainly wouldn't.
So essentially 14 years more of us picking up the bill for the promise that was made.
No, 4 more years.
Okay, 4. I'm
If I
looking at the
clarify,
20-year
it
cycle.
actually would be, I think, more than that, because some of those bonds passed from 2015 weren't sold until 2016, 17, 18, you know, so they're sold years after they're passed, but still tied to that bond debt. So it could be that we have 18 or 19 more years, possibly, if they keep vetoing this debt that's tied to these bonds that were approved by voters prior to 2015.
What you'll see is the amount, though, would be significantly smaller and smaller.
Every
If
year.
you look at about 12 years ago, ASD had $750 million in bond debt. We're now at about $500 million or a little bit less after this year. So we've continued to pass bonds that were lower than, made sure we didn't increase bond debt over the past, decade plus. So we've dropped about 1/3 of all the bond debt we had just in the last decade plus. In the meantime, as a natural course, because inflationary costs on maintaining facilities, our facility backlog has gone from about $250 million to almost, $600 million plus dollars.
Right.
So
final question, is it possible then to embed into the CIB document an amortization table for this potential liability that we
absolutely.
have? That would be helpful. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 2 things and then a question. One, the school district absolutely needs to be commended for the fact that they have very consciously decided years back, even when I was on the school board, to not put forward any more of a bond amount than they were paying off for each year. And as I think it was Mr. Anderson was saying that, they have consistently brought down the total bond debt by the school district over the past several years. At the same time, over the past several years, we've been dealing with this idea that all bonds that we pass from 2016 on out are going to be fully funded by the taxpayers of the municipality. So we've been kind of on this trend line for a while, and I guess maybe now we're seeing that now it's not only applying to the newly approved bonds, but it is now applying to the older bonds in terms of the lack of debt reimbursement from the state. The other thing is obviously this is going to hurt our taxpayers. I mean, we're the ones that are ultimately responsible for it, no matter how you look at it, and I think that's what we're trying to avoid, even though I don't think we can avoid it at this point. So I absolutely recognize that, there's an effort here to try to at least point out to the state that taxpayers of Alaska are going to hurt out of this. So, and I get that, believe me. But my question in all of this, it goes back to the fact that we're dealing with this this ordinance before us, and it's a mechanism, if you will, for trying to make sure that this $37 million gets paid out of local property taxes. And my question is still the same. Why do we need an ordinance saying that we're going to pay this $37 million when that's a given? I mean, it's not like we can't pay it. It's something that we absolutely have to. So I'm kind of looking at this as just a question of the mechanics of why we need a document like this to tell us that we have this $37 million debt, and really how does that help either the school district? Are we actually, if they have paid this off through other funds, are we actually then agreeing to backfill the fund balance in the district when we do this, or are we actually looking at this as a totally separate expense? So anyway, it goes back to the mechanics of really what this ordinance is intended to do in terms of the financial processes that we need to do between the district and the municipality in order to make sure that this $37 million gets paid. Thank you,
Thanks.
Mr. Chair, and that's my question.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask someone from the municipal administration to respond. Is someone from the municipal administration able to respond?
This is Alex Slivka, CFO. I would defer to Lance if he is on the phone. But I think otherwise I would just answer Ms. Kennedy's question that, as Mr. Anderson stated, we do not tax in advance of the state legislative session for the very reason that Mr. Anderson put forth, that we do not want to in any way signal to them that we would pay for things that they have promised to pay. And so, as Mr. Anderson stated, these funds, they've paid these on the understanding that they're general obligation bonds and that we will raise the money via taxation to pay the school bond debt. So the reason why this was separated, I think was made clear from some of the prior discussions in terms of it was initially part and parcel to the budget. So it is necessary for us to pass this in order to implement this taxation in order to meet these obligations. And I'll stop there.
Thank you. Did the school district administration have anything to add?
Sure. Through the chair, aside from the procedural question that I'm not really sure about, the way that we've paid for this bonds is just through our cash flow. We do have cash reserves to be able to, kind of, I don't want to say weather the storm, but to be able to pay our bills whenever we have to, because we do have different timing with our teacher salaries and everything. So we do have a cash balance that is tied to our fund balance and other assets, but so we've paid that down through the course of the year. At the end of the year, if we do not receive this tax request or we don't have a way to pay this, we have a negative fund balance of about $37 million in our debt service fund. At that point, then it comes due and we have to transfer money from other funds, take from other sources if we have them, to be able to pay, to keep that fund balance above zero.
And as a reminder, I think all the Assembly members know this, about $25 million we're required by the municipality to retain in our fund balance annually in order to keep a AAA bond rating and get low interest rates for bonds. If we were to drop to zero, it would impact the entire municipality's interest rates for bonds. So one way or the other, it just simply has to be covered.
Thank you. Before I move on in the queue, just a general reminder for folks on the phone, if you can just please make sure that you are speaking clearly into the mic and speaking up so that we can hear you on our end. That'd be helpful. Thanks. Okay, so next I have Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Chair. So this looks like it's a lack of the ability to, excuse me, let me put this back in my ear, to budget. And the reason why I say that is because although it's been clear by my fellow Assembly member that this will go back to taxpayers, if we take money from the state for this bond, then we're looking at the entire state of individuals, taxpayers, who don't even belong in the ASD. So you're looking at taxing the single mother in Bethel to pay the taxes for the ASD if we get money from the state. You are, because you're asking the state to fund this, and you're asking the state to give us money on the bonds. So everybody in the state will be responsible for money we get from the state, because someone is going to pay that money back.
I think the
And that
difference
would
is
be
where
the
the money
taxpayers.
Hold on, one
comes
person
from.
at a time. Did you
So
have
what I
anything?
want to ask then
Hold on.
is
One
to the
person at a time, please.
administration is a question. And that would be that in September of 2016, Mayor Berkowitz came out and said we had a $14 million surplus. What happened to that money? Can somebody in the administration answer that question?
Who from the administration would like to respond?
Well, again, this is Alex Slivka, CFO. I don't know whether Lance is on the phone or not, but 2016 was 5 years ago, and there's been 5 budgets passed since that. So if there was any kind of an operational surplus of any kind in 1 year, it would have been resolved in the following year. I would just observe that that's what happens. I can't say that for certainty.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. And I'm going to join with Ms. Kennedy in saying thank you to the school administration for the hard work. You know, kind of the madness began with an earthquake and kind of resolved through a pandemic, and all manner of chaos has resolved. And we continue to make our way through this as a community. So first, I want to say thank you to the administration for their hard work and your hard work on keeping the ship afloat in very difficult storms. And I have a question. I don't need an answer tonight, but I just want to put this out there so we kind of talk about it maybe at one of our future meetings. We had a big bond that funded earthquake replacement or repair, and then FEMA came in and took care of those costs. And so I'm hoping we can have a conversation about where those funds went.
I would recommend we add it to the next joint assembly board
Sounds great.
meeting. And
Thank
we
you.
can do a full laydown of what we expect to get over the next 12 to 18 months. And really, we haven't received all that much yet.
Okay.
FEMA's slow.
Yep.
But we do expect to start seeing that money rolling in over the next 12 to 18
Awesome,
months.
yeah.
We could give a great laydown.
It'd be great to understand how that worked. And just again, thank you very much for presenting a very comprehensive and thorough budget.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance, and then I would like us to vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Constant's comments reminded me that I had wanted to thank you and the rest of the members of the administration and the school district and board for your work this year. I know it's been a year of unprecedented challenges, and it's really great to have all the kids back in in-person school, so thank you.
Thank you. With that, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
That item is approved 9-1. Next, we have item 14B, ordinance number AO 2021-27, an ordinance adopting the 2040 Long-Range Transportation Plan as an element of the comprehensive plan.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. I'll start with our folks on the phone. First, we have Ms. Nancy Pease.
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Pease. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for item 14B, AO 2021-27. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. First, I want to thank the Assembly for its prior work on its 2020 comments on the MTP. The Assembly set out to correct some key weaknesses, but as you know, AMATS kicked the can down the road and declined to address the Assembly's comments, as well as hundreds of other substantive comments. And that's an abandonment of important local goals, most notably goals for reducing vehicle dependence that go back over 20 years to our 2020 comp plan,
and goals for greenhouse gas emission reductions from our 2019 Climate Action Plan. The MTP now proposed as our LRTP doesn't solve either of those issues, nor does it deliver other community goals. And if you have any hesitation about taking charge of the LRTP and coming up with your version, understand this. The MTP, even with its focus on freeways and arterials, does not reduce traffic congestion. It will increase both vehicle travel and congestion in Anchorage at rates faster than population or job growth. An email I sent to you highlights that there will be an 8-fold increase in level E and level F congestion by 2040 over 2013 base levels. We cannot trust AMATS to broaden its goals and performance measures in the next MTP. In this last MTP, the alternatives that AMATS chose to evaluate all used the same combination of freeways and arterials. Consequently, they had very similar outcomes. Same body, same engine, different hubcaps. They are not giving us a real choice. The LRTP with assembly intercession can and should leverage the next edition of the MTP. Just a couple of highlights of what I'm hoping you will do with the next MTP. Vehicle miles traveled. Those are the single best proxy measure for a safe, efficient, equitable, and environmentally sustainable urban transportation system. Also, the transportation system must set targets for greenhouse gas emission reductions. It should also emphasize accessibility and accountability. The LRTP should prioritize travel time and mode choices instead of level of service on roadways. And the LRTP needs to adopt a report card system, which other cities have done, for an annual accounting on locally determined performance measures. And why locally determined performance measures and not federal targets? Here's an example. Zoom in on safety. Anchorage has a Vision Zero goal of 0 pedestrian and bike deaths. AMATS has a goal of increasing non-motorized fatalities and serious injuries. We had 55 in 2018. They set a target of 55
Apologies
in
for
2019.
interrupting, ma'am, but your time is up.
Okay, and 70 in 2020. So please, I'm
Thank you.
hoping the Assembly will take charge and come up with an S version.
Thank you, Ms. Pease. Next, we have Ms. Diane Holmes.
Hello.
Hi, Ms. Holmes. This is Felix Rivera here with the Anchorage Assembly. Could you do me a favor? Could you turn that on mute, please, or turn that off?
I have to turn this down. Hold on.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, go ahead.
Great, thanks. This is Felix Rivera here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for item 14B, AO 2021-27. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Yes, I actually am speaking for the Rabbit Creek Council unless our co-chair has, but I won't even take 3 minutes, okay? So if someone wants to speak for the council, they can.
Okay. Go ahead, welcome.
Hi, thanks. Diane Holmes for the Rabbit Creek Community Council, unless someone else has signed up. We aren't quite together this week. Sorry about that. The council submitted comments more than once in October of 2020 and again in October and more recently this year. Your packet has an expansive issue response table with about 60 of our comments that have been separated out for responses. Our October letter stated our frustration that the MTP 2040 final draft was nearly the same as the public review draft, with hundreds of public comments being ignored. The AMAT staff suggested that public comments would become the basis for the 2045 MTP. This is not an acceptable answer, nor a proper way to treat the public and the huge amount of time we and others have devoted to this massive and complex plan. You will find such statements repeated in the IR issue response table in your packet. The LRTP should be different from the MTP 2040, with an emphasis on our community's goals and visions rather than the Federal Highways Administration's narrower goals. Just to summarize a few of our comments from the October letter, the LRPT did not include performance measures, did not coordinate with the Anchorage Climate Change Action Plan goals. It emphasized costly land-intensive projects that focus on long transits rather than shorter connections, less land-intensive with transit and pedestrian options. So if you believe this very important planning document should be more inclusive of the public's comments mentioned above, and the hundreds of others that were not considered, please send this back to the drawing board. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. That ends our phone list, so we'll go in person. Would anyone like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Welcome.
My name is Eugene Carl Haverman, Alaska resident for 43 years, but I'd like to notice probably a party that has attended the AMATS meetings way back when George Sullivan was mayor, when the Hill building didn't exist. The City Hall was on 4th Avenue. That's how far back I go, and go back in what the involvement of the community was. When you're dealing with transportation, back in those days, they dealt with the Comprehensive Trails Plan. The plan they proposed resulted in a situation that allowed land to be set aside, that when money was available, the roads were connected, the links were connected, and now someone not encroaching on that, and then those trails could not be built. It was a marvelous opportunity, and it was enforced well, and that's why you see these trails exist today. And unfortunately, that's basically it for municipality of Anchorage in connecting the links. It was a travel link. It was a recreation link. And what continues to be proposed is dependence on the vehicle. Yes, I do use a vehicle, yes. But what is the alternative? How can we move people away from the vehicle and into other forms of transportation? And pre-COVID, before the shutdown occurred, I remember witnessing the meetings at the Assembly where these projects on Midtown, and enormous costs to deal with the congestion, dealing with the vehicle. So what we have is a continuous situation of vehicle dependent and failure to look forward. But I'd like to also say this, because as you know, I'm a bridge of a party that connects Anchorage and the Valley, two of the largest populated areas in the state. I'm here and I'm there. No one will deny that. And because of that, I see a failure of bridging that populated area and creating a region dealing with the port of Alaska and dealing with transportation, because it reminds you of substantial parties that come into Anchorage on a regular basis utilize the Glen Highway. And yes, it's not just Anchorage people, it's Valley people. And we need to recognize that. And I'd also like to remind you, a couple years ago, what happened when someone knocked into that bridge over in the Eagle River area. Calamity. How could people go to work? What happened with the earthquake? Calamity. We need to look from the future and deal with those issues and not have the same program. Thank you very much, with 5 seconds to spare.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, Mr. Vice Chair?
I'd like to move to continue the public hearing until May 11th.
12th.
Second.
12th.
I think it says 11th on our blue sheet here. Meeting of May.
Yeah, that didn't take into consideration a mayoral runoff.
Oh, that's right. It'll be May 12th on a Wednesday. Thank you.
Thanks. So moved and seconded. Did you want to speak to that?
Appreciate the comments from people, and we've gotten a number by email, and that will let us work on incorporating some of the comments that we got into this. It'd be fairly complicated and time-consuming. I know Ms. Salatil and I, and certainly others, will be working on it. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the motion to continue the public hearing? Seeing none, is there any opposition to the motion to continue the public hearing? Okay. Seeing none, that item will be back before us on May 12th. Next, we have item 14C, ordinance number AO 2021-25, an ordinance of the municipality of Anchorage amending the Hillside District Plan to change the Hillside Land Use Plan map classification of 6 lots from limited intensity 0 to 1 DUA to lower intensity detached 1 to 3 DUA in map 2.1.
Reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. I'm going to start with 3 folks on the phone, then go in person, then go back to the phone. So first we'll start with Mr. Tom Parker.
Hello?
Hi, Mr. Parker. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for item 14C, AO 2021-25. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you for hearing my testimony tonight. I'm sorry I can't be there in person. My name is Tom Parker. I've lived on Haines Street for 17 years, and I oppose AO 2021-24 and AO 2021-25. It's difficult to see on the aerial photos included in the packet tonight, but Haines Street is a hilly road with very poor visibility. Starting at the intersection on O'Malley, Hain immediately climbs a short, steep hill such that you can't see the road past the first driveway. The road then descends back down past 2 properties to Chris Circle. It's only about 1,000 feet point to point between these 2 intersections, but a driver can only see halfway. From Chris Circle, Hain immediately climbs back up to 112th with the proposed new connection midway along that span. Hain is a short street with difficult topography that results in poor visibility in the best of conditions and impacts safety in ways that may not be obvious when looking at maps and aerial photos. There are 2 connections to the proposed development, one onto O'Malley Road and another onto Hain Street. While residents may use the O'Malley Road connection when returning, they will likely use the Hain Street connection when leaving home. Turning onto O'Malley from Hain Street can be difficult. Topography, again, limits visibility uphill, and there's a stoplight just downhill at Lake Otis. The morning commute in the winter is bad enough that on some mornings I drive up to Cange rather than try to turn onto O'Malley from Hain. This little added distance from the light makes turning easier, and I can easily imagine how trying to turn even closer to the light would feel. Frustrating. There are only about a dozen homes which primarily use Hain Street to access O'Malley. This project will add nearly 3 times that number to a road where topography causes short lines of sight. I believe Anchorage needs new single-family homes, and I welcome new neighbors, but I also believe the lack of access to Lake Otis is a critical safety problem for this particular project and would lead to negative results for both current and future residents. I believe this area cannot be safely developed until it's possible to bring traffic to Lake Otis. Therefore, I oppose AO 2021-24 and AO 2021-25. Again, thank you for hearing my testimony tonight. I appreciate your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Ms. Laura Bonner.
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Bonner.
This is Laura.
Hi, Ms. Bonner. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for item 14C, AO 2021-25. You'll have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Okay, my name is Laura Bonner, and I live about 3 lots east of the proposed property, or the property that's the subject of AO 2021-25, and I oppose it. The district plan, the Hillside District Plan and Anchorage 2040 Plan
or less than a year old, and changes should have been made at that time. There has been no change in circumstances, and there were no obvious mistakes. And Huffman O'Malley Community Council opposed that amendment. I agree with the memorandum that Assemblyman Weddleton and Ms. LaFrance wrote, that this ordinance should be rejected, and I ask that the full Assembly vote to reject AO 2021-25. And when the other ordinance, 24, I would like to comment on that when that comes up as well. So that's my testimony on AO 2021-25.
Great. Thank you for your testimony. We'll call you back on 24 when we get there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Last on the phones before we move to in-person, Miss Diane Holmes.
Hello.
Hi, Ms. Holmes. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We're on public testimony for item 14C, AO 2021-25. Are you speaking on behalf of your community council on this item?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'll go ahead and give you
Thank
5
you.
minutes. Thank you.
Thank
Welcome.
you. Hi, I'm Diane Holmes, speaking for the council. We addressed this case in December and submitted comments to P&Z. We do not agree with planning that the rezone meets Title 21 criteria. Our preference is to honor the HDP both for lower density and maintaining the sewer boundary. R7 doubles the density and isn't consistent with the HDP. However, additional housing units in the bowl already have effectively been rezoned, technically up to 100%, with the accessory dwelling unit ordinance. The Planning Department wrote that this amendment is consistent with 2040, 2020, and the HDP, and that maps show this area as being 1 to 3 DUA. This is a problem with consulting tiny maps that cover huge areas. They take on lives of themselves, lives of their own without any regard to the larger plans. And please know the 2040 plan cannot be used to trump our more detailed HDP. Otherwise, why would we have our district plans? To manage a city economically, you always build from core areas outward, and this policy is basic in the 2020 plan. However, this rezone derails that. Some say we need more houses on the tax rolls, yet please know that the economic study that accompanied the 2020 plan stated that for every house that comes online, it's actually a draw on city coffers. They don't pay for their services. Only 2 types of zoning pay for themselves, according to that Tischler report: townhouses and large lot residences with on-site utilities. So let's let R6 zoning pay for itself here. Regarding the amendment to move the HDP sewer boundary, you must ask, why are these 2 lots so important that the developer is going to all this trouble and expense to amend the HDP? Is there something in the future he has in mind? Is this development by creep? Planning justifies expanding sewers by writing that nitrate levels have risen across the hillside. The truth is, the slightly higher nitrate levels are really due to improperly sealed well casing. Let's spend our efforts to correct that problem, not on extending expensive and unneeded sewers. Now, all of you have adopted neighborhood plans, so I ask, how much change would your constituents be willing to accept after spending years creating those plans? HDP took several years and $2 million before it was adopted. If you approve this rezone, please require larger lots along the eastern border as a buffer and transition zone with on-site utilities, not sewers, and insist on dense buffers on the east and north for screening. Now, may I take off my council hat and give a personal observation in my remaining minute? You have many emails from seemingly ordinary citizens who support the subdivision. Do they know that the houses will be in the $600,000 range? And that certainly isn't in my range. Now, a rezone like this is a huge gift to the developer. In turn, shouldn't he or she be responsible and be willing to follow Title 21 to make good subdivisions, including safe walking paths? While a plat is never on your agenda, you should know that the plat for Sky Ridge is already out with the hearing set for May. I fail to see any pathways, even when one short easement would allow students to access Lake Otis and walk to three nearby schools. So please keep these things in mind, and we appreciate you hearing our comments. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony. All right, we're going to go ahead and switch to in-person testimony. Would anyone like to testify? Welcome. Can you turn a yellow button to turn it on?
Sorry.
There we go.
My here. So I grew up in Anchorage, moved away about 9 years ago. I'm in the food service.
Sorry, if you could give us your name for the record,
Yeah,
please.
William Burke. I'm sorry. So I'm in the food service business, moved back 1 year ago as the shutdown happened, in the restaurant and hospitality business, right? Very worried about buying a house in March of last year. I just got married 3 months ago. I've put in 9 offers on houses, okay? I'm not in the construction business. I'm not a developer. I'm just a kid that grew up here that wants to move back. I'm looking at houses from $300,000 all the way up to $650,000. I've looked on Spinell's, Holquist's, all these different websites for new homes. Sold, 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 sold. I've put in 8 offers above asking on houses in that entire pricing range my wife and I have. One offer we got outbid by $30,000. I don't want to live in the valley. I grew up in Anchorage. I like it here. That's one of the reasons I moved back. You guys do a great job. You know, I don't think people tell you guys that enough. And I appreciate your service to our community, right? So I want to be able to buy a house, right? I want to be able to raise my family here. I like this idea. I read, I watch these every week online, right? These meetings, and I read this ordinance, and I said, man, this is what needs to happen. There's no land left, right? We have inlet on one side. We have mountains on another side, right? There's only so much land left in Anchorage. There's a lot of people like me. You know, one of the houses we bid on, 17 people bid on that house. 17 buyers. That's crazy, right? So part of it's the interest rates, but we just want to buy a house. I'd love to buy new construction, pay property taxes. I don't want to move to the valley, so that's all I got today.
Thank you for your testimony.
Yep.
Welcome.
Good evening, Chairman, Assembly members. My name is Craig Bennett with S4 Group. As stated in the staff analysis, the Planning Department, Traffic, Fire, Private Development, State DOT, and AWU are all in support of this map amendment. The Planning and Zoning Commission unanimously recommends approval of both the map amendment and the rezone. And speaking to P&Z's Commission's 8 findings, first one, the 5 approval criteria are met. 2, Hillside District Plan Policy 1A encourages a greater proportion of future growth to occur in the lower hillside in areas located closer to existing services and infrastructure. The 3, map amendments are very consistent with the uses around it. This site is surrounded by a mix of uses, including higher density single-family R1SL to the south, multiple commercial on the west, religious and a utility substation on the north, and single-family 20,000 square foot residential on the east, which are the same size or even smaller than the proposed R7 lots. Page 30 of the packet shows the preliminary plat that was submitted to the plating board, and it shows a proposed 1-acre lot bordering the smaller existing lots. 4, the site is a natural buffer between two major streets. 5, the site is a transitional opportunity bridge between residential density. And 6, benefit to the existing public sewer service because of nitrates. See the letter on page 27. The HDP does say there is an upward trend in nitrate concentration in well water, as written on page 5-21, and that wastewater system contaminants may be on the increase in local groundwater systems. 7, there has been a change of projections about housing needs and the projected shortfall of 7,900 homes since the adoption of the HDP. This site has access to the infrastructure service for R7 development, and over half the site is already in the sewerage boundary. 8, this is a specific area that the HDP encouraged growth to occur in, and the map on page 212 of the HDP shows this site is located about a mile into Lower Hillside. I would also like to point out that on page 1-20 of the HDP, it assumes that revisions to existing zoning will be allowed in this urban service area. On page 215 of the HDP, it speaks to amendments to the land use plan map. 4 summarized statements are, it is not a detailed blueprint for future development, nor it is a zoning map that establishes specific land use on a lot-by-lot basis. Rather, it is a guide for future zoning changes. It can be updated and amended, just like other parts of the comp plan. It is anticipated that the land use plan map will change if a proposed rezoning is demonstrated to have community-wide benefit and responds to new issues or needs. An amendment to the land use plan map may be appropriate. In conclusion, this is an ideal location for R7 zoning based on the HDP. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I wouldn't go too far because we might bring you back for deliberation. But for now, I do have one question from Mr. Dunbar.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we heard some testimony today about the difficulty of sort of ingress and egress onto O'Malley Road. And I have to admit, I'm not as familiar with the topography of this area as some of my colleagues who represent the district. But is there some reason that you weren't able to connect to 112th Avenue or otherwise sort of get to Lake Otis to have another entrance and exit?
Through the chair, yes, sir, Mr. Dunbar. Brandon with Triad Engineering will address that a little bit further, but East 112th, the south half of it is a dedicated right-of-way of 30 foot. The north half is just an easement, and it does not continue through the terrace subdivision, so there's not enough room to get a road built up through the property. You have 30 feet, and you need 40 plus feet. I'll let the engineer speak to that. And also there's topo issues in there. So there's two separate reasons, but I'll let Triad speak to that access.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. So did you talk to the community councils in regards to this plan? Because I'm looking at an email that says that 6 hillside councils and all are opposed to this. What was, when you talked to the community councils, what did they say to you?
So yes, we did talk to the community councils. The main issue that came up was Hain Street. That was the number one issue, was access on Hain. They preferred not to have access on Hain. We did go to the planning, went to the Muni, and we asked, can we just have a cul-de-sac come off O'Malley Street? We even did a design and showed them just one cul-de-sac come off O'Malley, and it was a resoundingly no from fire, traffic, private development, planning, and even DOT. DOT came back and said they are in very much favor of the access on O'Malley, but they also want access on Hain. So all the departments said, no, we need internal connectivity onto Hain Street. And that was the main, I guess, issue from the community council. Did that answer your question? I can go.
So yes, so I guess even though all 6 community councils said no, you still want to move forward with it?
Yes, ma'am. You know, I greatly respect the community councils, but every single case that we bring forward, this is kind of what we're seeing now. We even have an existing case right now where we're combining lots into one large lot, and they're even rejecting that. even going to a larger lot. So it's pretty much just standard that we are going to have some pushback for some of the community members. And it's generally, for the most part, the same community members that we've dealt with for a while.
I just have one last follow-up, Chair.
Sure.
When you guys decided to do this, and I think it's a good plan, but I don't live out there, so I'm listening what the people are saying. Did you send out any other letters to people outside of the community councils? Did you kind of go into neighborhoods and ask or put any type of survey out to see if other members that might not attend the community councils, how they felt?
So we did send out flyers for the surrounding area that we get a list of the homeowners and surrounding people from the muni, and we send out the flyers for the community council. So everyone that lives around it. And we have been talking to, I know Holquist Homes has been asking people, what do you think of this? And we just did a development right across the street, and it sold out pretty much immediately. The demand for homes in this area is really high. It's the same size of lots right across the street, right across O'Malley, or Lake Otis, sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Yes, sir.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Brandon Marcotte with Triad Engineering. I'm part of the development team working on the Hillside District Plan Map Amendment and rezone from the R6 zone to the R7. I wanted to provide a little background on a few of the development team's findings that support this map amendment and rezone. The team's preliminary analysis of the existing infrastructure at this location indicates that this site is well supported by fully developed roads and public sewer main. The primary access to this site is via O'Malley Road, which is an ADOT-owned Class 2 minor arterial roadway. This roadway is classified for 10,000 to 20,000 trips per day. Currently, it sees somewhere in the realm of 12,000 trips per day. O'Malley was recently upgraded and consists of 4 lanes of travel, a center turn lane, sidewalks, pathways, and intersection lighting. Lake Otis Parkway, another Class 2 minor arterial roadway, connects to O'Malley Road at just 500 feet west of the project site. O'Malley Road is fully capable of supporting the roughly 300 trips per day from the R7 zoned residential subdivision. The existing topography in the area supports higher density development of the property. Existing grades are manageable and will allow residential development and home sites to be constructed without mass grading requirements or significant cuts and fills. Currently, half the site resides within the maximum sewer perimeter boundary, while the other half resides immediately uphill and is easily served by the extension of sewer infrastructure. Review of Policy 13A of the Hillside District Plan notes that as the hillside grows, the overall water and wastewater objective is to obtain an effective combination of on-site and public water and wastewater service to protect public health, the environment, and the public interest. And to do this, that is a cost that individuals and the community can afford. While nitrates in this area may not be a concern today, it does not automatically mean that they will not become a concern in the future. Providing public sewer infrastructure eliminates the risk of drinking water contamination from on-site septic systems. Additionally, taking off the engineering hat, I personally live within 2,000 feet of this development, and I, just as a resident, fully support this type of development in my community. I live just east of Lake Otis, just south of Terraces, and something like this in the area I think is an absolutely perfect fit. When we first looked at this site, we saw over 80 lots in an R1 configuration, and the density that we bring forward to you today is far below that and a better fit for this area. I can answer Mr. Dunbar's question if I may. The access through to Lake Otis along from the south is restricted as Mr. Bennett, if I could continue.
Yeah, you can go ahead and finish it, just very briefly, please.
Thank you. The access through to Lake Otis to the south is restricted by right-of-way limitations and easement limitations. As Mr. Bennett spoke, the width of the road required is 40 feet plus the slopes that are required to build it. So we could not fit that within the physical, the legal constraints of the right-of-way and the easements to get all the way down to Lake Otis.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. We're going to go ahead and switch back to our phone lists and finish that off. So we have Mr. Bob Crockett.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Crockett. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We're on public testimony for item 14C, AO 2021-25. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
All right. Thank you for allowing me to voice concerns about the AO 2021-24 and AO 2021-25 ordinances for the proposed Sky Ridge subdivision. For the record, we are opposed to the Sky Ridge subdivision as it's being proposed. We have resided in adjacent Ptarmigan View subdivision for the past 21 years. Other neighbors have resided here for more than 40 years. The purpose in changing a zone from R6 to R7 is to increase density. That increase in density has a negative impact to us and our neighbors because of the proposed use of Haines Street as a main ingress and egress for homeowners in the proposed Sky Ridge subdivision. As I and other neighbors have pointed out, safety has to be paramount when considering this project. The proposed minimum density of 32 homes is equivalent to 128 to upwards of 150 family members. That potentially translates into upwards of 65 vehicles exiting onto Haines Street and onto an already crowded O'Malley Road. Instead of using a quiet residential street to push that potential volume of traffic, the developer should consider extending 1/12 to Lake Otis Parkway, whereby traffic would enter and exit safely. By using Haines Street as a main artery for the Sky Ridge subdivision, we see a number of potential hazards. For example, a blind 90-degree turn at the top of Haines Street and 1/12 is a safety issue for vehicles and families walking their children and pets. Another safety concern is a steep hill where Haines Street ties into O'Malley Road. During winter months, we've witnessed vehicles sliding at the bottom of this steep hill and onto O'Malley Road, unable to stop due to slick road conditions. Another safety concern is there are several homes where vehicles backing out of homeowner driveways occur directly onto Haines Street. With the potential of increased traffic, this scenario creates a safety hazard. Other than safety concerns, we can turn to a recent planning and zoning report citing a reason to bring in city sewers because there were no nitrates in the area water wells. I find this to be a false statement in the Ptarmigan View subdivision. We had our well water tested August 27, 2020, which indicated no nitrates or other contaminants were present and have not heard of any issue with our neighbor's water. In addition, this would add an amendment to the Hillside District Plan and the Anchorage 2040 Plan, and to my understanding is less than a year old. For the reasons stated above, I oppose AO 2021-24 and AO 2021-25 ordinance as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. That completes our phone list, so we'll go back to in-person. Would anyone else like to testify? Welcome. Can you press the yellow button, please? Yellow button, please. On the mic, there should be a... There we go.
Oh,
Thanks.
that was easier. Anywho, my name is Danielle Wagner, and I live on Haines Street. And so basically, I'm adjacent to the Sky Ridge subdivision on the right if you're coming up Hain. So I'm right at the top of the hill between the Hain and O'Malley little intersection. Anyways, I am, projecting AO 2021-25 due to the fact that bringing more cars onto Haines Street, and I drive it every day going off of O'Malley, it's dangerous, especially in the wintertime. That type of hill, you know, there's multiple people I know who can't even make it up the hill. And then not to mention when we have snow berms, you can't see coming out, you know, and so it's already quite dangerous in different ways. And for me, adding more traffic and then having another point just before the Lake Otis intersection, having 2 more outlets onto O'Malley, especially if people are going left, you know, it's just, I don't see it being safe. And again, I'm in agreement with some of my neighbors. Like, I don't have a huge problem with adding homes necessarily, personally, but I do have a huge problem with adding more traffic to Haines Street. The safety is something that sometimes I go down Cange instead of Hain, just because of how difficult it is. And then you have to wonder about fire trucks. I mean, I'm sure they can, but there's also school buses. You know, you rarely see them come up and down Hain. I'm sure they take a different route. You know, so in general, I deeply oppose the Haines Street option. So at the very minimum, you know, please consider creating a special limitation that prevents any vehicle access from the subdivision onto Hain. I truly don't think it would be a good option for the safety of everybody, not just the neighbors I have, but future ones. So, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome.
Hello, my name is Grant Matthews. I'm with Triad Engineering. I've also worked on the development team. I'd like to address some of the concerns raised about the connection to Haines Street and Haines Street onto O'Malley Road. To be clear, the primary egress and ingress for this development will be from O'Malley Road into the development. Secondary access will be provided to Haines Street. But honestly, this will provide, I think, a really good solution to the residents who live in that area in that they don't have to exit onto the steep stretch of Hain to get to O'Malley. They will be able to drive through the road that is constructed as part of the subdivision and exit onto O'Malley where the grades are much mellower. So I think that it will actually increase safety in the area and provide an additional exit point. And then also just speaking as an individual, I grew up in this area. I still live within a mile. My wife and I have also experienced the craziness of the housing market as of late, and this is the type of neighborhood we would love to move into. I know that if this were developed as R6 1-acre lots, you know, new construction, 1 acre, the starting price is $1 million. I mean, it just is. That's what we've seen. And if we want to have new housing that is attainable for anyone, you know, we have to be willing to adapt somewhat. I think this is a really elegant solution and development concept in that it matches and transitions from high density to equivalent density in the lots to the east and west. It's not making any subdivision further than what is already around it, and I think it will just provide a really nice transition to the surrounding area. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for you, a couple of questions. Start with Ms. Salato.
Hi, thanks for coming. The road you mentioned, so in theory, there's a proposed road to go from O'Malley into the subdivision that would later then connect to the east to Hain, so it would be an ingress, egress point. But wouldn't that be within about a block of Lake Otis? Because I'm looking at the map and there's just that one piece to the north. There's just that one lot. I guess I don't have a good sense of like how wide that is or how much space there really is between that and the intersection at Lake Otis.
Sure, yeah, I don't have the exact distance off the top of my head. It's a few hundred feet, but The preliminary plat has already been submitted to the DOT, and they have given approval for the configuration as shown for that entrance, if that answers the question.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. All right, I don't see any other questions. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Irene Quidnow, and I just wanted to make a suggestion which you can apply to this for the developers, a bunch of people. We've been hearing a lot about that there's not enough public input or people can't give enough input. And we live in the 21st century. You know, just about everybody has a cell phone. And instead of sending out postcards or emails that say, what do you think about that? And give it to the people. If somebody tells me about the project and just says, what do you think about it? Obviously then I have to go back and read the whole thing, and it takes a lot of time. Today, when I looked at the agenda and then looked at the assembly package, the package was 700 and some pages. And I'm sorry, I have a job and I can't read 700 and some pages. So my suggestion is, and I've had that with an issue, with something for the legislator in Juneau. So somebody sent me a survey, 3 questions, yes, no, or in the middle, basically. And it was disseminated through our community council, or can be disseminated through the email list from the community councils, and you can send a postcard out and say, here's a link to a survey. And then based on the answers the person got on those 3 questions on the survey, she did a short follow-up survey. And so then there were maybe 10 questions. So like the developers, you know the project inside and out. And you could say, okay, what do you think about the sewer? Are you for the sewer or not? Or are you for wells? I think there is a possibility here to make a short survey or a 15-question survey and get much more input, because by giving the questions and start more broad, and then based on that, maybe send out a second survey and get more public input through that. And then people don't have to read 50 pages where half of the stuff they don't understand because it's language that they don't every day read. So my suggestion would just be to use that possibly on future projects to communicate with the public more and get a better input from them, and people feel like they can participate better. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Katie Nolan. I'm the president of HALO, the Home and Landowners Organization, Inc. We represent the Anchorage Hillside and have...
Before you continue, are you speaking on behalf of
Yes,
HALO?
I am.
Okay,
That's why I said HALO up front. Sorry.
All right, go ahead.
We have represented the Hillside area for over 50 years now, and I'm privileged to be the president at the moment. The HALO represents the area from the New Seward all the way up to Chugach Park, and from Abbott Loop and Abbott Road all the way down to the Arm. So it's a large swath of area encompassing 6 community councils: Abbott Loop, Bear Valley, Hillside, Huffman O'Malley, Rabbit Creek, and who did I forget? Bear Valley. We're the group that created the Hillside District Plan. Many years ago, worked on it, incredible. That Hillside District Plan is now considered the gold standard of district plans. We spent dozens of meetings and hundreds of people attending and thousands of comments. We know what the Hillside wants because of the work we did. And what the Hillside wants is development at existing zoning, no downsizing, no incursions, development at existing zoning with on-site services. We know what the Hillside wants, now we're working to protect it. So what we're asking right now is that hopefully we will look at Mr. Weddleton and Ms. LaFrance's addendum. I really like what's going on there. You should have received a letter from Halo, and hopefully, I know it was long, but hopefully you had time to read it. And with any luck, you had time to drive Haines Street and see what the neighbors are faced with. They are not looking forward to this, and if these developments are allowed, what we're hoping at the very least is that we keep the R7 redevelopment, rezone to the lower part of that lot. And if we have to use Hain for access, it needs a fire gate. Hopefully, we can figure out some way. We've got brilliant minds at work here. We've heard from them already. I know they can figure out a way to put access on Lake Otis, which would give the commuters a right turn to go to work in the morning and a right turn to come back in the afternoon. I'd really like to see this whole thing go back to the drawing board because there were some serious errors in both the Planning and Zoning Commission and the department's packet that was sent. Other than that, unless you have any questions.
I don't see any questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Welcome.
I was not planning to speak on this, but a comment was raised a couple of parties before me speaking that raised concern. But I want to say this, as I believe in everyone's right to express their opinion and so forth. But I want to address the consequences of the proposal scenario, the idea of a survey. The idea that a document is so many pages, it's so intensive that the end result is, why don't we just do a survey with so many questions? And with all due respect, that's not an appropriate approach. Municipality of Anchorage has community councils. Community councils are affected by this proposal up here. And when the community councils, if they work well, they bring in the people who are proposing something, they address concerns such as what's proposed here, and get to the heart of the matter, and then the result is community councils and members of the community councils come before you and address that. But a survey does not do that. It's those documents that come out of the municipality of Anchorage or the developers and so forth that are critically need to be reviewed. And if there's a concern about time restraint, then there should be addressed that if you got so intensive documents that was said by a couple parties before me, then that speaks for itself that needs to be more time so the parties can look at those documents and address it before you and not just introduce an item at one meeting and a public hearing in the next. And let me also remind you, community councils meet from time to time, and it's hard to meet the schedule when you do your introductions and public hearings and difficulty, and in COVID time, it's even more difficult. So I'll close with that with all the respect, and thank you very much with 1 minute and 6 seconds to spare.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second, Cameron.
All right, moved and seconded. All right, so we're going to start with amendments. So we have one amendment on this item, Weddleton Amendment Number 1. Is there a motion?
I'd like to move Weddleton Amendment Number 1.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton?
As you know, when we do these things, we've done it recently, I think it's important to overtly bring in Planning and Zoning Commission findings, and also recently we also have added our own findings, and just for the record, to kind of present why we made the decision we did. And this is, and this would bring in part, to a new section that would be our findings, would bring in part 3 of the Planning and Zoning Commission findings. And the reason I brought these 3 in through this amendment is because there are errors in them, and I don't think it's appropriate that they should stand unrebutted. So this would bring, so this is a way of dealing with it. And the impact on the decision of whether to approve this or not is neutral with these. It just simply removes incorrect statements. On finding number 6 from the Planning Commission, it would remove the words, additionally, there's benefit to extending public sewer services because nitrates are of concern on the lower hillside. The more that development can be accommodated, including extending public sewer service, the more beneficial it will be to the general area. And this is not correct. I mean, anywhere you have wells, and the hillside, Anchorage Hillside is possibly the most dense community with wells and septic in the country, and it functions very well. We don't have health crises. We don't have health issues. The incidence of nitrates is something you test for, and sometimes in a few places across the hillside they are elevated, but it's not anywhere near a crisis. In this particular location, there is no indication at all that there are elevated nitrates in any of the wells. So it is really inappropriate to include that as a justification for this amendment. So on finding 6, I would bring it in without that part of it. On finding 7, it would bring in the Commission's finding without this sentence, the kind of change that we need to have for more residential in Anchorage as a whole, and all areas will have to increase density as a whole, and all areas will have to increase density as a result. And that's simply incorrect. I mean, our recent land use plan, adopted in 2017 does not recommend increased density across Anchorage. I mean, there's large parts of the hillside and Eagle River that do not have any suggestion of increased density, that are just not appropriate for it. So that's simply not correct. For finding number 8, it would delete the phrase, which is as far into the lower hillside as you can get, and the phrase, this justifies the proposed change to increase residential density. The Hillside District Plan did designate an area called the lower hillside, and this is roughly in the middle of it. And the distinction is really important. Well, I think the phrasing is as far into the lower hillside as you can get is a little bit imprecise and confusing, so it should be pulled out. But it's also important in the context we're dealing with here, because the Hillside District Plan and the Land Use Plan recognize and recommend higher density rezonings in the western part of the lower hillside. This is clearly not the western part. And in fact, the Land Use Plan, just 3 years old, does designate areas in the western part of the lower hillside for higher density. So it goes beyond the Hillside District Plan and does recommend higher density, but not in this area. So I hope you support this amendment. It does not influence whether you support this overall or not. It just clears up these incorrect statements.
Thank you. Ms. Zalatel on the amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is for Mr. Weddleton. I guess I appreciate this. I'm a little bit worried, with the amendment on finding number 7 with the rationale that you state many areas are not suitable for higher density due to lack of infrastructure, terrain, and services, and the community's desire. I don't know that necessarily makes the Planning and Zoning Commission's statement that we need to have more density in the future, and it will likely result in an increase of density on the whole. I guess I'm having a little bit of an issue with that. I understand the community's desire, but I think the reality is that we're looking at increased density kind of throughout the bowl, frankly. So I don't quite understand how the finding the rationale and then the text amendment, because the amendment itself doesn't actually reflect either of those statements. It says, previously there was not a housing study projecting a shortfall of 7,900 houses. Is that meant to, I guess I'm having a hard time tying them all together, because the text of the amendment is actually different than what you've put above and what you just explained.
Just regarding finding number 7, this would retain the first 2 sentences in finding 7, where it says there has been a change in projections about housing needs since the adoption of the Hillside District Plan. Previously, there was not a housing study projecting a shortfall of 7,900 houses. I find that is correct. So, but the following that says there will be increase in densities throughout Anchorage is simply not It's not part of our plans.
Okay, I guess we can agree to disagree. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
I would love to hear from the planning department on the amendments and their take on the perspective shared by Mr. Weddleton.
Who can speak to that, please?
Or if not Mr. Weddleton, the amendments before us, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Through the chair, Mr. Constant, this is Francis McLaughlin in the planning department. I'm really not sure what to say. The Hillside District Plan has its policies, and like with every plan, sometimes policies are contradictory, and so you have to look at the particular site and see what text is appropriate for that, even when you have maybe competing goals. These lots will be smaller than what is required under the existing R6 zoning, which requires 1 acre lots. But they'll still be, the zoning requires that each lot be greater than 20,000 square feet. So what you'll end up with on the property is, still less than 2 homes per acre. So 2 homes per acre, which is, similar to the subdivisions to the east and to the west, and significantly less dense than the subdivision to the south. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion on Weddleton Amendment number...
I did have one.
Mr. Constant, go ahead.
Thank you. So there's like a factual difference, asserted factual difference here. We have one assertion that there are issues of contamination or potential downflow, and then a statement by a member that there isn't. And so I don't know how we square what are the facts here, because I believe both parties, and both cannot be true. And so I don't know how we get to which is the case to believe.
Thank you. Hopefully folks in the queue can help answer that question. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm not in the queue to answer that question. But I did want to encourage members to support Mr. Weddleton's amendment and appreciate how he has pulled all this together, and that narrowing the findings so that they are germane for us, I think, is very helpful and appropriate and reflects more closely some of the feedback, too, that we've received from members of the community. So I urge support of this amendment. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton on the amendment?
Sure, thanks. To address the nitrate issue, we heard in testimony just now from a neighbor who lives quite close by that he had just tested as well and did not have nitrates. Most of my reference is based on a study that HALO did within the last 10 years that looked at every single report from the certificate of on-site acceptance for wells and septic, and it looked at nitrate levels across the hillside and mapped those. And there are, where there are issues is typically higher up where you're near bedrock, but in areas like this, you don't run into those issues. And most of the issues were from older wells before we required grouting around them, so that well water could get in them. I mean, there's an idea that, your septic is getting into your well, and that's not borne out by any evidence. And in fact, it was looked at in that study to see if there was even a correlation. They didn't find it. So it is primarily older wells that weren't grouted properly and higher up near the bedrock. But this area, there was simply no indication of nitrates. And I would also say that putting sewer in there they're still going to have wells on these. So if the wells are bad, they're going to be bad even if you have sewer in there. So it's just it's a red herring. And the Hillside District Plan does mention nitrates because you have a lot of wells up there, and it's something to be cognizant of. And it is something that you're required to test for, but has not come to a level, and broadly across the hillside is an issue. Certain spots it is.
And can I ask one last question?
I actually have someone else in the queue, so I'll put you, if you can put yourself back in, please. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question, I guess, for the Planning Department. Are the changes that are being proposed in this amendment at all substantive? Does it change anything in terms of the action that is being taken, or are these simply clarifications? And I guess I could ask both Mr. Weddleton and the Planning Department. I'm wanting to make sure that the changes that are being made are clarifications in terms of the justification, but aren't substantive in terms of the action that is being done.
Who from the administration would like to respond, and then I'll go to Mr. Weddleton after.
This is Francis, Planning Department on the line. Unless someone else has a better answer, I don't have a copy of, I think, findings that Mr. Weddleton is proposing. I'm searching like the web page and that sort of thing. But the whereas clauses, I don't think, I think they're for the record and don't have a substantive effect on the comprehensive plan amendment that is before the Assembly.
Before we go to Mr. Weddleton, so Mr. McLaughlin, just want to confirm, so do you have a copy of this amendment in front of you?
I have a proposed amendment to LaFrance Weddleton that has, I have a whereas clause proposed.
No.
And then I have.
Sorry to interrupt, but you're looking at the wrong amendment. So we are looking at Weddleton Amendment number 1 for item 14C. The clerk will be forwarding that amendment to you, and I understand the clerk just forwarded it to you. So if you can pull that amendment up and take a look at it, that would be great. For now, I'm going to go to Mr. Weddleton.
It's Mr. McLaughlin. I apologize that I sent it to Ms. McNulty and Whitfield this afternoon, and assumed that it would be made available to anybody who needed it. Could we give him a moment to read it, I think? And
through the chair, this is a pretty lengthy amendment, and I'm seeing it for the first time. It's pages of amendment. I can't read that fast.
Yeah, thanks. So do you want to give your comments, Mr. Weddleton, and then we can give Mr. McNulty time?
Sure, and I'll just read what you see as the third paragraph on this below the purpose and summary amendment. Assembly Council reviewed and advises that after these changes, the AO as amended will still satisfy the comprehensive plan amendment approval criteria in AMC 210307OC.2. So to answer Mr. Perez-Verdia's question, these would not change the kind of impact of those findings. It would just correct the errors.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Constant, on the amendment?
Yeah, I think Mr. Weddleton actually literally just answered my very specific question. If these changes are to go through, what is the intended effect? I think what I just heard him say is just to clarify the record. It's not a strategic move for this case.
Thank you. Did you have anything further, Mr. Weddleton?
No, I think Mr. Constant gave me all the support I need.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other discussion on the amendment? Yeah, so I guess what we can do, Mr. McLaughlin, is we can go to the main motion, and then we can come back to the amendment once you've had a time to digest it. So we'll go ahead and do that. So we're now on the main motion. Is there any discussion? Mr. Weddleton.
All right, thank you. So you've all received a AM regarding this that presents points for opposition to this change in the Hillside District Plan. But I'd like to start out. We got a nice letter from Holquist Homes that kind of outlines the housing market and the importance of homes of this size and price range and so on. And I have no doubt that this is correct. I don't know of anyone who would know better than Holquist Homes. They're very busy. They're building a lot of homes, and they would know that this is a great place to live and it'd be very nice. We heard testimony. We got a number of emails from people saying this would be awesome to buy into. But those aren't really factors in our decision here. We have certain criteria for changing, for a comprehensive plan amendment, and the desirability of the individual lots that may or may not occur after changing a plan is not one of the criteria. This memorandum outlines, it goes through the various requirements and kind of states basically the clear facts. I mean, there has been no change in projections or assumptions since 2017 that would suggest that a higher density is needed in this location. And we heard that there is a housing study that was done since the Hillside District Plan came out that indicated a housing shortage, and that is correct, and we do have that. But that was out when we did the land use plan just 3 years ago. And the land use plan did not recommend more density here, and it did look for more density. Further down in the western part of the lower hillside, it did designate areas where higher density would be recommended. In fact, there is a map that designates circles in green several locations across the city where they do recommend higher density, and there are 2 in the western part of the lower hillside. So the land use plan did have that study at its hand, and it did contemplate it, and when we adopted it, and most of us were here, we did not see a need for higher density in this particular location. The other criteria, there have been no changes in policies, objective principles, or standards governing the physical development of the municipality that indicate the need for higher density in this location. Again, Land Use Plan Map 1-2 does not show this area for significant growth and change, and that is the purpose of that map that we adopted just 3 years ago. There are no new issues, needs, or opportunities that are not adequately addressed in the comprehensive plan that have arisen since the Land Use Plan 2040 was adopted, and it accepted the goals and densities of the Hillside District Plan. There's been no identification of errors or omissions in the comprehensive plan, and the proposed amendment would create inconsistency in the comprehensive plan. The Hillside District Plan recommends no change in the Furrow Creek drainage, and this is part of the Furrow Creek drainage. But this location is proposed for a change that is inconsistent with the plan. The proposed amendment is inconsistent with the elements of Anchorage 2020's overriding goal to increase density primarily in downtown, midtown, and the town centers. And again, map 1.2 of the land use plan does not designate this as an area of growth and change. The proposed amendment to the plan does not support the clear goals of the Hillside District Plan, which says the Anchorage 2020 Comprehensive Plan states that limited revision to existing zoning is allowed to satisfy the demand for small lot home sites. Some medium intensity multifamily housing development is assumed to take place along the western portion of the lower hillside. Again, this is not the western portion of the lower hillside. Recognizing the increased growth in the Anchorage Bowl and is recommended in the Hillside District Plan, Land Use Plan 2040 Map 1-2 areas of growth and change shows the western lower hillside 2 areas of higher density. So it does acknowledge the need for more housing that was in the shown in the housing plan. And the preservation of very unique large lot opportunities in Anchorage helps achieve Land Use Plan 2040 Goal 4, where we have neighborhoods that provide a range of places to live, meeting the housing needs of residents of all income levels, household sizes, interests, ages, abilities, races, and ethnicities. It is really an incredible thing in Anchorage that you can live on a large lot so close to typical urban amenities. And we see subdivision by subdivision, we're losing that. And that has been the battle for Halo since 1969, and it's be very sad to lose that opportunity. It's not for everyone, but it is amazing to live on the large lots on the hillside and have that, preserve that as an opportunity. This amendment is also opposed by the Abbott Loop, Huffman O'Malley, Rabbit Creek Community Councils, as well as the Hillsides Home and Landowners Organization. So, you know, looking at the requirements for this, they are simply not met. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that really detailed explanation from Assemblymember Weddleton. I oppose this for the exact opposite reasons. When I look at the zoning map, I see the R1 special limitation zoning and then R1 special limitation zoning and R1A practically surrounding this property. In fact, even the R6 to the immediate west of this property is actually developed at a higher density because it was subdivided prior to the zoning. So I find this incompatible in that it's not dense enough. I appreciate that the western portion of the lower hillside has been identified as a place for potential higher density, but it's happening here, and it's consistent if it's possible to happen here. So for those reasons, I come to the same conclusion as I believe my colleague, but for very different reasons. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be voting no against this amendment to change the Hillside District Plan for the reasons Mr. Weddleton outlined. And I know I'm not alone in our district in appreciating Mr. Weddleton's knowledge of planning and zoning and also his experience with creating the Hillside District Plan. For the reasons also outlined in AM 193-2021 that was laid on the table, and also that this is opposed by Abbott Loop, Huffman O'Malley, Rabbit Creek Community Councils, and Halo. The constituents in this area of District 6 don't want this change, and I will be, again, voting no to put it as one testifier said, honor the Hillside District Plan and to preserve the rural character of this area. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So I did hear the Halo individual speak to, and through their written commentary, that splitting the difference was an option, that the southern half, no, excuse me, the western half of the property could be considered for a higher density and the eastern half not. And I'm curious if that's something that the petitioner would consider if they couldn't get anything further, because reading the tea, it doesn't feel very supported at this time. But it seems like there is a middle road. I am much more aligned with Ms. Zalatil in thinking that when a developer wants to implement housing, when we have housing need, we should try to find a way to do it that's as compatible as possible with the neighborhood needs. And, you know, I'm not an expert on Hillside, but if you think about Hillside, that is pretty Western Hillside to me. You know, that's pretty Western Hillside. You don't start really climbing until you get past the transformer that is past the church. That's literally right there. And so, I mean, if the concession is that Hillside, lower Western Hillside development is really just around the mall properties, you know, just across the highway and just barely on this side of the highway, then that's no concession at all. That's actually no participation in figuring out how to house future generations of Anchorage residents. And it is the classic sense of, I got mine. And so I'm hopeful there's a middle way here. And so I would like to hear from the petitioner if that kind of halfway model that we heard from Halo is something that would be a reasonable alternative, that we can achieve just a few more housing units in this development.
Who from the petitioner's group would like to speak?
Through the chair, Craig Bennett with S4, and to speak to the, I guess, density. We did look at higher density in there, the R1, and we thought that the neighbors would prefer the R7. And actually at the P&Z hearing, one of the commissioners stated that he would prefer R1 zoning, and why didn't we do that? And the same when we were at a pre-app with the planning, they asked, why aren't we doing R1? And the developers at the time were like, well, we want to honor the neighborhood or honor the neighbors and go with the R7. And I'll let Cody Holquist speak to this a little bit further.
Yeah, I'm Cody Holquist. So yeah, when we approached this site, we did reach out to a lot of different folks in the area, and some of our thinking was, well, look at the terraces, we got high density here. Let's run out the plan for that. Can I take this off here? It's sucking against my face. One of the thoughts there was, well, hey, let's increase the density. We can get a lot more homes in here. But really our thinking is we thought this would be a good compromise. We know some of the neighborhood. I grew up 400 yards from this site. I've played there my entire life for 20 years growing up. I'm very, very familiar with this. And R7 was that perfect avenue that we saw between higher density to the west of Lake Otis, also surrounding the area to the south of the terraces. And R7 was designed to act as that buffer zone from the higher dense stuff into the 1 acre lots that people love on the hillside that I enjoy myself. I understand that. But if you look and you zoom out on this map and look at the community around there, I think this fits in very well. But it was our attempt to be civil, and it was our attempt to bring a product that was compromising to the site. We didn't want to ram something down the neighborhood's throat. We didn't want to increase the density and get 80 lots is what we could have done with R1. I mean, I think it would have financially made more sense to maybe do that, but that wasn't our thought here. Like I said, I grew up, played baseball at AOR, attended the whole area, know a lot of friends, know a lot of people from high school. This is the generation, my generation, downsizers. Those are the people we've heard from. Those are the people that really want this housing. They're the people who grew up going to service. They even had, brothers and sisters going to South. They want to move back to this area. They want to live here. They want to raise their families here. Downsizers want to stay here. They don't want to move to Arizona. They need to come off those big lots from the hillside, and they want to find a new home here. And that's what we've been hearing an awful lot of, and it's just been word of mouth because we know this takes a while to get through this process.
So, Mr. Holquist, the specific question, Cody, was would split the difference be okay where you have the higher density on the western side and a lower density on the eastern side that the Halo proposal kind of outlined? Mm-hmm. Was that something that would work? Or maybe is this a question that we need to remand if there is an alternative? Send it back so you can do further work with the department rather than just put this to bed like it feels like it's going to go today.
Yeah, it's difficult to. We did put a 1 acre lot on the northeast portion of it to act as a buffer to that neighborhood. Although that neighborhood is 20,000 square foot lots directly to the east. We did try to create that there. It doesn't really pencil once we go a little bit further. If we lose a whole bunch more lots, it ruins. It just doesn't pencil. The project just doesn't work.
So what I heard you say is that it's this way or no way.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we are open to a buffer, a 20-foot buffer along that side to help with that. We are interested in keeping that 1 acre lot there on that side.
Thank you.
One last lifeline to try here.
Sure.
I would strongly recommend taking this back to the planning department and the planning commission for another look. Pencil it out if you have the time. I understand time is money. Mm-hmm. But if that's something that you could manage, I would make that motion right now.
What?
5 minutes? Can we take a quick break, Mr. Chair? Thank you. in his AIM and to bring back a proposal that might be more effective.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Did you want to speak to that?
I would ask the petitioner if they're okay with that.
Yes, I am.
Thank you. So I think that this would resolve this matter in the next item before us. We would do the same, and I'd ask my peers to vote yes.
Thank you. All right, so the new motion we have before is to remand this back to Planning and Zoning Commission. Ms. Allard, did you want to speak to that new motion?
No, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Weddleton on the new motion?
Yeah, I'd have a question. I think petitioners might come up and discuss it briefly, because I'm just curious what would be gained. I mean, if R7 is all that works for them, I mean, what is the realm of possibility here?
Yes, through the chair, if we could address go back to P&Z and through planning and P&Z, address the issues that you've brought up and address your comments. Maybe we can present a new layout before you that you will approve. With the R1 zoning like below, that we did look at but decided not to move forward with, one of the issues was just water pressure. So going higher density, there was water pressure issue that we discovered after we'd even started with the R7. So the wells made more sense than trying to have to deal with the higher density. And if we can go back like Mr. Constant is suggesting, maybe we can come up with something that the board will be more favorable to.
But it almost sounds like you're going to go back and ask for more density, and if you think the opposition has been strong now, I mean, you've seen nothing. If you come back with R1, I mean, you know, R1 on the gravel pit was a very special case. And that's because of the gravel pit. And they had dug so low, they couldn't have well and septic. So it was basically undevelopable unless you could do it in a way that brought water and sewer into the area. And it was fought tooth and nail. And it was fought tooth and nail because people said, if you allow that, you will have creep of higher density all the way up the hillside. And they said, no, that wouldn't happen. This is a special case. And what we heard at our meeting was zoning doesn't make a precedent. And we see clearly it does. And it would just be a real shame to say because 100 feet down, how far is that? It's not 100 feet, 60 feet down or whatever. What's that slope?
It's about 80 feet. 80
feet. You know, 80 feet down, which is a pretty serious buffer. There's R1 to say we should have higher density on this lot. I mean, that would be spectacularly out of sync with any of our plans for this area. So if that's your plan, I don't think you're heading in the right direction. But I'm not sure what. Anyway, embellish if you can.
To clarify what Mr. Bennett was speaking was we looked at the R1 and found that water pressure was a problem. So Terraces has very close to a water pressure issue as you reach the top end of the loop as you head east into the development. The water pressure there is in the range of 35 to 40 pounds, which is allowable by code, but it's not generally acceptable to the public. So when you raise your elevation 80 feet, to this site that we're talking about, your water pressure drops below code allowed pressures. So extending water into this area is not feasible because we'd have to incorporate very expensive booster stations that aren't part of AWU's master plan. Okay, so very quickly it penciled out that this is not a palatable idea. Now sewer, on the other hand, we found a way to get gravity sewer into the area. So while we did look at R1 initially and came up with 80 lots on the development, we also learned fairly quickly that the water pressure was not going to be a solvable issue. And so we looked to a compromise to say how can we get kind of the best of both worlds where we could extend one utility, minimize the lots slightly smaller, and reach a transition zone, which is what you see before you. So we're not proposing to come back with R1. We just want a chance to solve this thing before it dies on the vine, if you will. R1 is not something that we're proposing or that we're going to be seeking. We're just going to try and figure out some way to solve the concerns that we're hearing tonight.
Okay, yeah, and I guess I would support remanding it then and give you a chance to do that. I would say that, something that my colleagues hear me say all the time, a rezone is just a rezone. So, I mean, obviously this change in the plan is one thing, but if you come back with a rezone and say, and here's our plat, a rezone is just a rezone, it's not that plat. So I would look for in your rezone is perhaps ask for some special limitations that would control what went on the plat. And I think one thing we heard was very important is make very clear that road, the internal road, I think really deals a lot with the issue on Haines Street, But anyway, that's the way I would look for things to perhaps be resolved. So, all right, well, thank you. So I support the motion here.
Thank you. Mr. Constant on the...
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McLaughlin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for allowing me to read Weddleton Amendment 1. Weddleton Amendment 1 incorporates into the ordinance 3 of the Planning and Zoning Commission's findings, and it incorporates 3 more with modifications. I read the 3 modified findings, and they're fine. They're factually correct, and they're accurate. The department's fine with the 3 findings that Mr. Weddleton has written to add to this ordinance. The one about there being a Rabbit Creek letter provided, that there were changes and projections of housing needs, and that the site is a mile from the Seward Highway. Those are all fine. So this application is to change 2 maps in the Hillside District Plan, and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of that request. That's before the Assembly now, and this amendment, these findings don't change the applicant's request. In Anchorage Municipal Code, it says that the Assembly may approve or deny the amendment, approve the amendment with modifications, or refer it back to the Planning and Zoning Commission. I read now the amendment, and the department has no objection. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the motion to remand this back to the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
That motion is approved 10-0. So that'll be heading back to the Planning and Zoning Commission for further review. Next, we have item 14D, AO number 2021-24, an ordinance amending the zoning map and approving the rezoning of approximately 21.55 acres from R6 district to R7 district.
Waive reading.
Thank you. And just as a note, I believe the intent of this body will likely be to do the same thing with this item as we did with the prior item. Okay, so we'll go ahead and start with phones. We'll start with Miss Laura Bonner.
This is Laura Bonner.
Hi, Ms. Bonner. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for item 14D, AO 2021-24. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Okay, my name is Laura Bonner, and I live 3 lots east of the proposed rezone area. And I oppose the ordinance primarily because I don't think it met all the approval criteria, 1 through 9, planning and zoning criteria, particularly item 1 and 5. Rezone does not promote safety for our neighborhood, would create more hazardous conditions on our local roads due to the increased traffic. Hain and 112th Avenue and Cange are all local roads that must be considered. The plat that was presented, the ingress and egress on Hain, would be dangerous to our neighborhood. And I think Mr. Malcott, during the hearing in rebuttal, didn't address the traffic on Hain location because they were local roads. My neighbors and I use these daily, and safety is number one for us. Vehicular traffic access to Hain would result in increased traffic, and Hain Street and East 112th are both only half dedicated. There's a lot of pedestrian traffic all year, cyclists too. People who don't live in the neighborhood often park on 112th or at the Hain and the 112th intersection to walk their children and dogs. And the zoning staff report acknowledged under number 5 that public road improvements will be required for the future subdivision and prior to development of property. My question is, from where does the extra wood of roadbed materialize, since they're both only half dedicated? You have blind corner at 112th and Hain Street, and I don't think that for item 3, the rezone is consistent with the R6 zoning for most of the neighborhood. Ptarmigan View subdivision, which is just east of the property, was subdivided before zoning and the unification of the city and Anchorage Borough. At one time, there were a couple of lots with mobile homes that were grandfathered in the zoning process with the stipulation that if that mobile home was moved off the lot, it could not be replaced with another mobile home. No new half-acre lots were allowed because that wouldn't conform to the R6 zoning. So the proposed rezone is not consistent with the current R6 zoning, just as moving the mobile home
Apologies
onto
for
a vacant lot.
interrupting, Ms. Bonner, but your time is up. Thank you for your testimony.
Oh, there is an access that they could use because lots...
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Bonner. Your time is up. Next, we have Mr. Bob Crockett. And then we will go to in-person testimony if anyone would like to testify in person.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Crockett. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We're on public testimony for item 14D, AO 2021-24. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
I have already given my testimony, but I'm happy to do it again.
You don't have to if you don't want to, sir.
Well, I can go ahead and do it again. So, thank you again for allowing me to voice concerns about the AO 2021-24 and AO 2021-25 ordinance for the proposed Sky Ridge subdivision. For the record, we are opposed to the Sky Ridge subdivision as it's being proposed. We've resided in the adjacent Ptarmigan View subdivision for the last 21 years. Other neighbors have been there for over 40 years. The purpose in changing a zone from R6 to R7 is to increase density. That increase in density has a negative impact to us and our neighbors because of the proposed use of Hain Street as a main egress for homeowners in the proposed Sky Ridge subdivision. As I and other neighbors have pointed out, safety has to be paramount when considering this project. The proposed minimum density of 32 homes is equivalent to 128 to upwards of 150 family members. That potentially translates into upwards of 65 vehicles exiting onto Hain Street and onto an already crowded O'Malley Road. Instead of using a quiet residential street to push that potential volume of traffic, the developer should consider extending 1/12 to Lake Otis Parkway, whereby traffic would enter and exit safely. By using Haines Street as a main artery for the Sky Ridge subdivision, we see a number of potential hazards. For example, a blind 90-degree turn at the top of Haines Street and 1/12 is a safety issue for vehicles and families walking their children and pets. Another safety concern is a steep hill where Haines Street ties into O'Malley Road. During winter months, we've witnessed vehicles sliding at the bottom of this steep hill and onto O'Malley Road, unable to stop due to slick road conditions. Another safety concern is there are several homes where vehicles backing out of homeowner driveways occur directly onto Haines Street with the potential of increased traffic. This creates a safety hazard. Other than safety concerns, we can turn to a recent planning and zoning report citing a reason to bring in city sewers because there were no nitrates in the area water wells. I find this to be a false statement in the Ptarmigan View subdivision. We had our well water tested August 27, 2020, which indicated no nitrates or other contaminants were present and have not heard of any issue with our neighbor's water. In addition, this would add an amendment to the Hillside District Plan and their Anchorage 2040 plan, and to my understanding is less than a year old. For the reasons stated above, I oppose AO 2021-24 and AO 2021-25 ordinance as proposed.
Thank you for your testimony.
Mm-hmm.
Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Welcome.
Will, citizen of Anchorage. So, you know, as a home buyer, right, I'm on the market, I'm looking everywhere. I looked in the gravel pit that you mentioned. It's beautiful. They did a great job, and I think it's high use as well. I just can't find a house there because they're all sold, right? So I looked on MLS, which my realtor gave us access to 20 minutes ago. 468 single-family homes in the Anchorage municipality right now for sale, between the prices of $300,000 and $600,000. 373 of those homes have pended in a week. Okay, 95 are available. So out of that 468, 80% of those houses have sold within 1 week of being listed. That's why you guys need to look at stuff like this, right? That's why we need to look at more density, right? I don't understand why we wouldn't, right? If you can find me a house in West Park, I'd love to buy one. I just can't right now because they're all sold out, right? So that, I guess, I do have compassion for the folks in that neighborhood. Sounds like they've been there a long time. I want to be a part of it, right? I want to be a part of that neighborhood. But with the current land use that is available right now, I can't, right? I talked to Spinell Homes, they're a builder locally here. They're 8 months out. And I'm going against, my wife and I are going against 40 people on some of these houses, right? And then I said, you know what, maybe we're looking at too big of houses. Maybe we should look at multifamily. Guess how many duplexes are available right now in the city of Anchorage for sale? Five, as of today, right? So then I said, let's look at condos. You know, maybe we should start there. So I talked to our mortgage broker. $250,000 homes and less in Anchorage right now. 95% of them penned within 48 hours of being put on the market. Right? You have all these young military families, they want to stay here when they get out of the service. How do they find a house, right? I moved back here. Right? I've lived in 7 different states in a decade. I chose to move back to Anchorage. I like it here. Make it affordable for folks like me that want to make a home here, right? That's all I'm asking. And you know, you guys can be a part of that. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you. Irene Queednow again. I just wanted to clarify something. Mr. Haberman brought up a good point. I suggested some surveys to get more public input. That is not as a replacement for anything that's already in place. It's in addition to that, please. The suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Welcome.
Thank you, Craig Bennett, to the chair. We're in agreement with remanding this back.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to remand this item to planning and zoning for further review and planning and work with the petitioner.
Second.
Been seconded. Did you want to speak to the motion, Mr. Constant?
I'll let Mr. Weddleton go first. He's in the queue.
Okay, Mr. Weddleton?
Okay, I support that, but I have a question for Dean. We had, maybe a moment late on this, but we had the AM for the previous item, and then Mr. Franz and I have a proposed amendment for this, and I wonder how do we get these to travel back to the Planning Commission?
Yeah, we can just amend it to it.
Could I just make a motion that these travel with it somehow? What's the Robert's rules?
I'd say motion to incorporate and then move to amend to the
Is that
item.
what that would be? Okay.
Okay, so do you want to go ahead and do that?
Sure,
motion
if that's
then?
it. I move to incorporate AM 193-2021 and also the proposed amendment number 1 from Mr. France and Weddleton.
I think they're two separate motions, John.
Are they separate?
I think we incorporate and then we amend.
Okay. Well, I don't want to amend. I just want to incorporate this so they have this traveling with it and not do the amendment.
Did you want to speak to that process, Mr. Constant?
Yeah, so my suggestion is that both of the items be included and don't speak to one of them as an amendment. Just have the document amended or appended as a whole so that there's not confusion that we didn't amend this item, right? And so we're appending it, right? It's
That's my intent. So how do I refer to it, though? It's a proposed amendment.
And what I would do is say just this document, and then the clerk can handle it. It's AIM plus the proposed amendment. So it's not an amendment proposed, it's a proposed amendment. I know there's a slight difference there, but it's important that we don't confuse the matter.
Yeah, that's my intent. I don't want to move the amendment. I just want it provides information to the Planning Commission on our thinking. So I guess to the clerk, how would I do that? Was I clear enough?
I think it was clear. If you wanted to say that you wanted to move to incorporate these documents to provide the information in the AIM and the information in the proposed amendments, I think that would make it clear that it's the information that you want them to have.
Okay.
So are you fine with the motion, with the motion as the clerk stated it?
It was perfect.
Okay, great. Is there a second for that?
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the incorporation motion? Is there any opposition to the motion to incorporate? Okay, hearing none, then those items will be incorporated. I'll go ahead and go back to the motion to remand. Mr. Constant?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Obviously, I support this, and we here butt up against the age-old tension between, providing housing for people and providing what people have invested in and allowing it to stay how they invested in it in their neighborhoods, how they like it and how they want it to be. And there's an age-old tension there. And it's no secret that I fall along the side of we need to house people and we need to come up with strategies across the community to do that. And so for my part, I just had to laugh a little bit when Mr. Weddleton said, this community organization has been working on this since 1969, and I was born in 1971. So longer than I have been alive, this tension between housing development and large lots and people having what they have is continuing strong in the municipality of Anchorage. When we are facing a crisis in housing at this time, the market is absolutely unbelievable. You cannot buy a house right now, and it's really, really hard, and that's sad because people will leave. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
Oh, it was about the amendment. I'm fine. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Padilla?
Thank you. In an effort to not repeat what Mr. Constant said, I just wanted to emphasize the tension that we seek, and that this conversation was very challenging for me because I do respect the people who live there and respect their wishes and their desire to keep the community the way that they want it. But I also agree that things must in some ways change, and as a city we have to begin to adapt to a new reality that we need to create housing, and that means changing and sacrificing the things that we've always had or want to hold on to. So I very much hope that this can go back to planning and that there can be some resolution, because I would hate to lose the opportunity of a builder who wants to build land that is available and a market that will provide housing for people who want it. And so I really do hope that there can be a resolution to this, and it can come back to us, and we can move forward with something that the community can live with, but can provide additional housing for our city. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Yeah, I would apologize. I forgot that there was a proposed amendment number 2 that I'd like to also incorporate. Would this have been included in the previous one?
You did include it.
You did include, okay, thank you.
You said proposed amendments. So.
Perfect, good work.
Just for the record, the clerk did clarify that it was plural proposed amendments, so thank you. Okay, seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the motion to remand.
You're going to take me a minute. I'm going to have to catch up with you now.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, in the previous motion, it was a motion to refer to the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Either one. Okay, yeah.
For folks on the phone, just give us a minute as the clerk prepares the motion for a vote.
Okay, I think we got it there.
With that, members may proceed to vote on the motion to remand this back to Planning and Zoning Commission.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdilla?
Yes.
Mr. Constant, thanks. That motion is approved 10-0, so this will be remanded back to the Planning and Zoning Commission. Next, we have item 14E, Resolution Number AR 2021-76, Resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving deteriorated property tax exemption under Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 12.35, for improvements constructed on the parcels. Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. We don't have anyone on our phone list. Would anyone in person like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Mr. Weddleton.
Oh, I support this, and, it's an amazing piece of property here, and, we talk about the housing shortage. This is be a tremendous, very urban way to live, but Coquitlam Housing does a great job, and this has been long waiting for this kind of project. I'm real excited to see it coming about. Thanks.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the main motion.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
That item is approved 10-0. Next, we have item 14F, resolution number AR 2021-68. A resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $1,950,000 from earnings within the MOA Trust Fund for expert financial management and support services provided in calendar year 2021. Public testimony is now open on this item. We don't have anyone on our phone list. Would anyone in person like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to cue you quick enough on the phone. This item, as far as I know, there is nothing that's actually been downloaded. I mean, I don't have anything that I've seen on the agenda to go. So I was just wondering where all the documentation for this might be. And if there has been none that the public's had access to, we might consider postponing this. But anyway, just looking for documentation. Thanks.
It's up there.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. So I conferred with the clerk. The clerk is unaware about any issues with agenda to go, but the document is currently available online on the municipal website. And this is a document that actually was introduced at the March 9th meeting, and the document was available at that meeting as well.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that would be my question because I know it was not in our packet, in the hard copy packet, and like I said, it was never downloaded in agenda to go. I'm assuming then that it's available on the website, but I haven't actually checked that, so I'm not even sure where other members might have gotten copies of it as well. So that's kind of interesting. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, so the members in person are stating that this was something that was included in our addendum and was on the agenda. I believe it was item 10G1 for introduction on the March 9th meeting. Before the meeting, I did look to see if the documents for this item were online, and we were able to pull up the documents for this item online.
Okay, so you're assuring me that the public had access to this. It was just me.
Yes, the item was pulled up online earlier today before the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
All right, seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Yes.
That item is approved 8-2. Next, we have, actually, before I get into our next items, the next items on the agenda involve applications for liquor or marijuana license and/or a special land use permit for alcohol or marijuana. The process to review these items is different than the Assembly's legislative role because these are administrative or quasi-judicial hearings and require the Assembly to be impartial, refrain from ex parte communications, accept liquor license applications, and make a decision based only on the record before us and testimony today. The next item we have before us is item 15A, resolution number AR 2021-78, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the new beverage dispensary tourism liquor license number 5933 and restaurant designation permit for Rupender Alaska Incorporated DBA Slippery Salmon Bar and Grill. John.
I'll waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy.
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton? That item is approved 10-0. Next, we have item 15B, resolution number AR 2021-79, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of restaurant eating place liquor license number 4150 for Hyun Suk Kim DBA KK Hometown Restaurant. Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy.
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Yes.
That item is approved 10-0. Next, we have item 15C, resolution number AR 2021-80, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of restaurant eating place liquor license number 4863 for B&L Motels Inc. DBA Comfort Suites of Anchorage. Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy.
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Yes.
That item is approved 10-0. Next, we have item 15D, resolution number AR 2021-80. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of restaurant eating place liquor license number 4930 for Mariela Valencia DBA El Dorado.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy.
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Yes.
There it goes.
That item is approved 10-0. With that, that completes our regular agenda. Next, we'll move on to final audience participation. For audience participation, please direct your comments to the Assembly or the Chair. You will have 3 minutes to speak, and personal attacks are not appropriate. In addition, audience members are asked to avoid clapping or other disruptions. Last, assembly members generally do not answer questions or respond to comments. We may talk to you offline after the meeting if you have any questions. With that, we'll start with our phone list and then we'll go to in-person. We have one individual on our phone list, Miss Chelsea Foster.
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Foster. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on final audience participation. You will have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chelsea Foster for the record. Good evening, Anchorage Assembly members and Mayor Austin Quinn Davidson. While most of you have worked diligently on keeping Alaskans safe this past year, one of you has focused on fanning the fumes of the previous presidential administration and weaving several falsehoods into the current pandemic we are facing as a city. Instead of contributing to keeping Anchorage safe, you have fought and questioned every expert brought in front of you. You have denied real scientific data to justify your spin and narrative. As a country, on January 6th, we saw how dangerous it can be to encourage a group of people through supporting fallacies and inciting a narrative that they are not being heard. After the last Assembly meeting just 2 weeks ago, I was sent a screenshot of this Assembly member's Facebook, where one of her friends asked, "So what can we do with 7 Assembly members voting to continue taking away our rights?" Another friend of this Assembly member felt comfortable enough to then post a meme of a scaffold with several execution points and the words "government repair kit." Multiple people liked that meme and then continued to discuss it as if it was a normal conversation to have, like talking about the weather. That is alarming. We as a community have come to witness at these Assembly meetings hostile rhetoric and violent behaviors. For example, blocking in multiple people in the parking lot because someone didn't agree with their public testimony, clearly revealing an increasingly violent political guise this faction is leading and how dangerous it can get. A faction of people this Assembly member proudly supports, unnerved by the fact several members of this group have recently been arrested. This is not how we're going to save Anchorage. For these reasons and many more, there is a push for a recall that has not yet been sent in, but soon will be. And I hope you will join us in recalling this Assembly member in District 2. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? Welcome.
Shifty in the middle. Rachel Colvard. So as it happens, today is the 246th anniversary of Patrick Henry at the Second Virginia Convention, March 23rd, where he swung the balance towards sending Virginian troops to the Revolutionary War, in which the final line was, "Give me liberty or give me death." In that vein, I'd like to bring up this. I got my ballot. I'm a little concerned. Everything came correctly. It's, I got the envelope. I got the entered part. That's all ready to go. But where I am concerned, especially as a veteran, is that, and this is not an indictment of the clerk or the clerk's office. You all work hard. You really do. I know you do. I'm concerned that some of the instructions here leave it open for manipulation, and I have a great concern about that. On the instruction sheet, when you all get yours, take a look at this top half. Now, it's not in my nature to go and try and fiddle with a system, but having a 16-year-old, I'm having to learn on my feet. To vote the ballot, fill in the oval next to your choice using a blue or black pen. Okay, that's straightforward. If you make a mistake And Lord knows I have to print out 3 and 4 versions of forms because I make mistakes. But if you make a mistake on the ballot, you're directed to line through your choice and fill in the other oval. And it shows you the examples about how it's going to be counted and like what you really mean and intend as a voter. Okay. What I'm concerned about is when we go to a week before we start to count the ballots is when they're all going to start to be opening. That's my understanding is how we're going to proceed from here. So a week before April 6th, they're going to start opening these things. And if a shifty person gets in there, and I'm not saying that there is, I'm just saying it's possible. And I would really like you, for the integrity of this election, which people have died for, I've packed up barracks rooms for, you know, there's a cost to this, and it's been paid, and it deserves to be honored. And I would just like to throw it out there that maybe when we start to open these up, that there aren't any blue or black ink in that room, that there isn't allowed any blue or black ink in that room. Use green, use purple, they sell it at the store, I swear to God. Have anything other to write notes or whatever you need to do in other than blue and black. Please.
I do have a question for you from Ms. Allard.
Ma'am.
I think it could go to the clerk as well. I guess my question would be, how do I phrase this? I feel like I'm on Jeopardy. Let me think. Would it be better, would you be okay if, and I don't know, it could be already in there, I'd have to look, if the clerk's office, anytime there was a line through a bubble, that the clerk office has to call that individual to verify that they did that bubble and that they changed their vote?
Some kind of process, however it happens, elections are too important. They've been paid for in blood. Please, can we come up with a process where there's not blue or black ink in the room when these are starting to be opened? Or some other manner that we can check that out, or that we have double verification or something. Please, I'm just asking that we look at that.
Thanks. I have another question for you from Mr. Constant.
Yeah, it's not a question, it's just to the process that it's not possible to do what Ms. Allard had proposed, which would be at the point when you see a mark, because the ballots are secret and nobody knows whose ballot it is when they get to that point in the process. However, it's a very interesting point you bring, and the current practice is to have multiple people observing the ballots at every stage of the process, so no one person can have access to the ballot. And so, but it's an interesting question, and I look forward to the clerk looking more closely at it.
The clerk would like to speak.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Rachel. I don't know if you've been to the election center on a tour, but you should come, and if you just pick up my card from Travis, and he'll send you down there. And I will let you know, we have already thought of this, because only red pens are allowed in the envelope opening section or in the tabulation section.
Okay.
So when you come to the election center, there's 5 sections. In 3 sections, there are election processing. In the first section, it's envelope processing. And yes, we have blue and black pens because we have a lot of work to do in that section. But then when the envelopes move into the next section, they're on a cart, they go in a locked cage, they're with 2 people at all times. In the middle section, only red pens. So when they open the envelopes, nobody can alter the ballot. Then the next section, again, they get moved into a different cage when they're just the raw ballots. And again, the same thing in the tabulation section. It's only red pens. If you come down and do a tour, you can see the binders where we keep track of logic and accuracy testing, where we log in all of the ballots. It's all red. And the ballots, of course, don't record red.
I feel much better about that. Thank you, and I will take you up on your offer.
Mr. Weddleton?
I think Madam Clerk missed an opportunity to say that you can also watch everything online.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, Mr. Weddleton is correct. We now are live streaming all of the processes at the election center from 8 to 5. If we do work on weekends, we will be sending out a press release and announcing that we'll be live streaming at that time too. So if you want to watch from the comfort of your home, you may.
Thank you all. I like that.
Thank you.
Yes.
Would anyone else like to speak? No. Welcome.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman, Alaska resident for 43 years. What I'm going to talk about is more likely the subject you frequently hear from me over the past year, dealing with COVID. Now, when we had, as far as dealing with COVID, this has been an experience for me as far as finding those people who I have known for many years doing something contrary to what should be done. Being responsible, wearing face coverings and so forth. People I've known for years, whether they live in the Valley or whether they live in Anchorage. Seeing school board members in the Valley walk into Palmer Fred Meyers without a face covering, although it's required to have face coverings at the school board meetings. How contradictory it is. But what I've also seen is to remind you of the history, is when we first had to deal with, and we as Alaskans in the country had to deal with it, number one, we couldn't deal with testing. We were told that we couldn't use masks. They prioritized for the medical people and so forth. We were dealing with a tragic situation that we were not prepared for in this country and around the world. But as we also seen is an administration governor who has provided a false sense of security with Memorial Day weekend saying that recommending to have social distancing and wearing masks, he was out in the Valley doing contrary. And now, when he initially said that he was going to, our governor, saying that he's all for a emergency declaration, the legislature can do it. Well, the legislature had trouble getting their act together, basically who was going to be in what position in office. And then the end result is the governor went another direction. A direction in which in Anchorage, for those who are coming in through the airport, they don't have to be tested. What a change. We still have to deal with COVID. And countries in Brazil and elsewhere in Europe are facing a situation where they're going backwards because of the COVID transients that are out there and a failure responsibility. And let me remind you this, if you have seen the news and the pictures of spring break in Florida in the last day or two, this is horrible. This is showing that people are failure to follow the responsibility and they're confusing freedom with responsibility. This is a wake-up call that we are not working together. We're working against each other. And where end result is, I know it's hard for many people wondering if they're going to have a job tomorrow and a business tomorrow. But by going in this direction, this is not the way to go. With 6 seconds to spare, thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on to assembly comments. I'll start on this side of the dais with Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not many comments tonight. Really appreciated the testimony and the conversation. I'm particularly interested in the items that we sent back to the planning department, and as I mentioned before, really looking forward to seeing if we can find a resolution there. Also, just want to really encourage folks to go get vaccinated. It works, and it's our best strategy moving forward to really beat the disease that's in front of us. And I really appreciate the administration and their work to slowly move us back into a place that can be potentially normal this is the summer, but doing that in a responsible way. And as always, appreciate my fellow assembly members and all of your work. So thanks very much. Everybody have a good night.
Thank you. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. I just wanted to call out the testimony we heard from the gentleman talking about his experience looking for a home. I find that kind of testimony really useful. I like the practicality of it. It grounds this work in what's happening in someone's life. And I'm extremely sympathetic to anyone hunting for a home right now and the housing crunch that Anchorage has been in for quite some time. We've got to figure something out. But I just kind of wanted to mention that. I really appreciated his testimony today, and I just find it super compelling when you come in and you tell your story about what's happening in your life. I find it really great. So thank you to him and everyone else who comes and testifies. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Yeah, just thank you, everybody. An interesting meeting tonight.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say, one of the many things that makes East Anchorage a great place to live is that we have a Krispy Kreme donuts. And they are currently offering one free donut per day for the rest of the year if you show your vaccine card. So if you need another reason to get a vaccine, Krispy Kreme donuts for the rest of the year. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
I'm not sure if that's a net gain for your health. Oh, thanks. I mentioned it earlier, but I was looking at the boards and commissions page, and it is very concerning how many empty and expired seats we have on boards and commissions. So again, to listeners out there, take a look at that. It's a great way to take part in helping to govern the city, and it's a great experience for you and everybody. And to the administration, I hope that if you have applicants, that those get processed quickly, because I think we all know if these important groups can't meet a quorum, then we have a real problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, I appreciate the body's efforts to find middle ground with the proposed change on the Hillside District Plan and the zoning. So thank you all for that. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for setting up a robust public process for this next round of coronavirus relief funds. I know it's time consuming, but the Friday session was really valuable, and I know that some of the follow-up emails that I've received have had some really good insights, and so I'm looking forward to continuing that process. And just also kudos, Ms. Jones, to you and Ms. McConnell on the live feed of the ballot processing. That's really exciting. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My only comment is, I'm sorry, but I have to go back to an item that we have already talked about, and that was item 14F, AR 2021-68, and the conversation I had about the information not being available to the public. And I know, Mr. Rivera, that you mentioned that you looked up to see if it was actually on the meetings page on the municipal website, and it is, but the documentation is still missing. So it puts it down as an item that we're going to be looking at on the agenda. It mentions a little bit more of the specifics in terms of that there's supposed to be an assembly memorandum along with it, but neither one of the documents actually exist on the website. So I'm only bringing this up because I think just for purposes, obviously, I was without it in terms of doing this online and over the phone, but my concern is that the public would have not had access to it either unless they knew that what meeting it was actually introduced at and could have gone back to a previous meeting to look up the information. So I obviously voted. Well, I obviously cannot move to reconsider, but if there were someone that might be so inclined to do that, it probably would be, a good move in terms of better public process. And then moving to postpone that item till we could make sure that all of the information is actually available to the public. So anyway, that will be my comment for the night, and otherwise, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if you haven't found your ballot out there, if you've gone to your mailbox and it hasn't arrived at this point, they were sent out over a week ago. So you can always call 343-VOTE to check to see if your ballot may have been lost in the mail or something. You have till the 6th of April to send in your ballot, drop it in a drop box, or vote at one of the accessible vote centers. Just wanted to let you all know that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Allard.
No comments, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to finish up with a few comments. First is regarding the COVID-19 public process. Want to encourage members of the public to take a look at the current public process that's outlined in the press release that went out last week. There are 2 meetings this week I want to really highlight and encourage members of the public to attend. First is a special meeting that is on the books for this Thursday, where I cross fingers, I'm hoping that we'll be able to introduce, so we're not going to be taking any action, but simply introducing a resolution regarding the COVID-19 relief funds we are receiving through the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. And then on Friday, we will have our second work session regarding the allocations. Both of those meetings are going to be in the chambers. Thursday, I think, starts at 6 o'clock, and then Friday starts at 5 o'clock. We're doing an evening work session to try to accommodate more members of the public to attend. Last, I want to encourage members of the public to attend our Rules Committee meeting on Friday and into the future, as I think we're going to be having some pretty interesting discussions in those committee meetings. That is it from me. With that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
We're adjourned.